Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you doing, Jim?
Dude, I nailed your name this morning, man. Pretty proud.
I'm impressed. Well done. Well done.
Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know. It's interesting. I just saw the equity markets and the bond markets, and it's we're back to anticipation mode. What's going on in the headlines today?
Yep. So first we have the India 50% tariffs went into effect today at 12:01 a.m. ET this morning. If you remember, we had a 25% tariff on them, and we increased that to 50% tariffs because of their Russian oil purchases. So that is in effect today. Then we also have the Trump team is now weighing options to extend its influence to the Fed banks. So kind of extending it beyond the personal appointments in Washington. So the goal is to scrutinize how the regional presidents are vetted and chosen, as they're not state confirmed. The Board of Governors is scheduled to authorize the current roster of Reserve Bank presidents in February. Pretty much it's just a rubber stamp and saying, yes, we approve you for the next year. But Trump wants to be able to have the government interfere with that process and have greater scrutiny over that, instead of that being just left to the Federal Reserve Board. That is making markets a little bit, well, at least the bond markets, a little bit uneasy this morning. And we have the Senate panel is preparing to hold the hearing on Trump's Fed pick, which is Stephen Moran, who is going to take the vacant seat from Governor Crudele when she quit in August. He will serve out the rest of her term if approved, and that's set to expire January 31st, 2026. Now, this gets a little bit weird because Stephen Moran was the one that went ahead with the issue to remove Cook earlier this week. So I'm sure that the Senate is going to have many questions on that. Last but not least, we have NVIDIA earnings after the bell today, obviously very important. Investors are kind of grappling with maybe the China risks ahead of earnings. If you remember, we had Biden restricting the sale of those chips in 2022, but then Trump stopped chip sales entirely to China in April, then reversed that earlier this month. So that will show up in their earnings today, because that is the quarter that or part of it is the quarter that they're reporting on. And so that's going to be interesting. Now, Beijing is also urging local companies not to use NVIDIA. In fact, they've laid out a plan to entirely quit using NVIDIA by 2027 and just be completely dependent on Chinese chips. And Shanghai's goal is to be 70% autonomous in chip sales by 2027. So we'll see what NVIDIA kind of has to say about the future of Chinese sales, because that is a rather large market for them.
It seems like onshoring now is a global phenomenon, not just a U.S. phenomenon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing that kind of everywhere. And, that did start kind of after the whole supply chain debacle during COVID. And I think now it seems this year that the push is even greater.
Yeah. Any red folder, yellow folder bombshells we expect today?
Very quiet day today. All we have is at 10:30 we have crude inventories, and that's it. So nothing market moving. So we'll see if markets are hurry up and wait for NVIDIA earnings, or if we continue the trend higher.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Looking forward to talking to you here in a few minutes.
Great. See ya.
All right, we are ready for our first guest of the morning. He is, well, the one and only Bobby Iaccino is with us here this morning, co-founder Path Trading Partners and co-founder of Futures Path Podcast. How are you doing, Bobby?
Good. How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Glad you're here. It's one of these today's one of these days. This week's one of these weeks where, it's hurry up and wait on a lot of the markets, but the news is kind of spectacular sometimes. And, it's just drawing my attention to the bond market because I always felt that the bond market's smarter than anything else. And I want to get clues on what it's thinking. But right now we're at that 114.11 handle. And I don't know. I mean, we're range bound so far the last week or so.
Yeah, I think the let's call it the legacy financial media has made a lot of a few things that went on, and the bond market is not reflecting that at all. You look at the 10-year, excuse me, right now sitting at about 427 yield. It was higher on a closing basis on August 19th. I mean, it's just not a big deal at all from a yield perspective. Excuse me. And when you look at it relative to the equity markets, something that people don't really know, the bond market has a massive effect on stocks. And so subsequently on the equity indexes. But it takes big moves to do that. When you get a 75 bit to 100 basis point move in either direction of the 10-year, that's when it starts to affect stocks. So you're talking about a 10-year between, say, 490 and 375 in order for that to be that level of move. And that's the minimum move that it has to make in order for it to actually start to affect equities. When it moves that much, it has a screaming high correlation. Stocks start to move on that. But right now, you look at the range you've just marked off, that's the range.
So we're not even close. I mean, if it,
No.
right, we're at 4.271 this morning. I don't know. I looked at this earlier this morning. It might be a little different now, but not much. I mean, we don't have a lot of price movement here on the 10-year notes, which I have up on the screen right now. But we haven't been able to break above, which means yields are not breaking down above this 112 spot, in 12/32 level, give or take. It's just kind of it's really, really, I'm kind of surprised at, how non-trending this is, right? Moving averages are sloping up a little bit, but nothing for me to say, all right, I'm going to hit that buy button right now.
No, if you went back, if you said, okay, so let's take the baseline of that number of basis points I just mentioned, right? 75 to 100 basis points is what it takes to have an effect on equity markets, which is really the baseline for everybody at the end of the day. What are stocks doing, right?
Mhm.
You'd have to go back to October 4th of 2024 when we had a settlement of about 398 versus today's price to even get close to those kinds of numbers. So we're looking at a recent range. But if you look at the long term, the range has been in the area, excuse me, where it doesn't affect the overall market.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have this thing pop back to this is again a continuous chart in the futures contract, everybody. That's September, October up in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not. That's a 115 handle actually. Now that I see that, that's surprising because this market won't move as much as from a range point of view as the 30-year. The longer you go out, the bigger the range you get on an intraday or even daily, weekly basis. So this is a big distance. This is a far way for this to go, especially when we're consolidating so much. So I'm not getting any clues here whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the 30-year, okay, you're talking about we right now are sitting at about 493 on a
Yeah.
yield. So let's call it 70 basis points. So really, technically, when you look at the data, it's 75 to 100. But if you have to see a 70 basis point difference from where we are right now, I mean, you're talking going all the way back to, oh, I mean, let's be generous, March 17th of this year, somewhere around there on a settlement basis,
Yeah.
and you're only at about 30 to 40 basis points at that point. So
Yeah.
even with those wider ranges, people, you look at the area where you have your mouse a second ago,
Yeah.
you have spikes, plus
Yeah.
or minus. Those happen, but
Yeah.
they don't have a massive effect because they go back to that range. So that range has been going on since late 2024. And other than the occasional spike here and there that lasts a week or 2 weeks, you're back at that same range.
Yeah. And now that we have this longer view up, I'm just going to pull my rectangle all the way to the left here. We have a kind of a double bottom, right? And I don't even think you have to use your imagination that much. We had this peak low here at the beginning of January, and then again we have it here in May. Buyers came back in. We rallied up nicely. And yeah, we had some swing highs and swing lows, swing highs and swing lows. But this is all within a three, maybe four handle range at the most. So it's pretty tight.
Yeah, it tells you that bonds aren't really giving us any clues. We have the Unfiltered Investor newsletter, which you can find at unfilteredinvestor.com. And Jimmy wrote an intro piece to this week's newsletter where he said basically bonds give permission. I'm paraphrasing the whole article, but bonds have given the Fed permission to ease. Because when Jerome Powell flipped in Jackson Hole on Friday and basically said an easing might be appropriate, I'm paraphrasing that as well, the 10-year didn't move. The 30-year didn't move. I mean, people might say that it moved, but on the 22nd, which is Friday, the 30-year settled at 489. We're at 493. Okay, the 10-year settled at what? Let me highlight this so I have the right row. 484. No, that was the 20. 426. We're at 427. So bonds essentially heard the Fed, right? I'm talking about the bond market as an entity. Heard the Fed, heard Jerome Powell, heard John Williams yesterday evening, or I should say, was it Sunday evening? No, it was Monday evening, who basically said the era of neutral to low interest rates is not over yet. That's what John Williams said. He said, we're going to have to keep rates low, and the neutral rate, or what they call R star, is lower than where we are now, which is a piece I wrote 2 weeks ago in our Substack, which is tied to the Unfiltered Investor, that the neutral rate was probably 75 basis points below here. And if anybody doesn't understand what the neutral rate is, I'm happy to go into that. But you're looking at all of that activity. And when I wrote that Substack piece, 10-year at 429. When Jerome Powell pivoted, 10-year at 426. We're at 427.
All right, so hang on a sec. The neutral rate, so what happened at 2%?
What do you mean, what happened at 2%?
Well,
no, that's the inflation. That's the rate of inflation. That's not the
Okay.
neutral rate. So that's their target rate of inflation. The neutral rate, or R star, what everybody calls it when they talk about it, is the rate of the Fed funds rate, the Fed funds level, where the Fed believes it to be neither stimulative nor restrictive. Okay, so it's basically inflation plus or minus 1% or 2. That's really where it is. To me, it's at about 3 to 3.5% when I do my math. And we're sitting with a Fed funds rate at what, 450 approximately? It's too high.
Yeah, the
It's too
effective
high.
is like 4.33. But what
Yeah,
about?
so it's restrictive is the point.
Yeah, no, for sure. But so let's talk about that. So now, this Fed Watch tool at the CME, we lean heavily on it. At least I
Yep.
lean heavily on it for at
As
least
do
the
I.
next, at least the next meeting, right? It's longer term. It hasn't been that effective for me because it just seems like over the last year and a half, all of the predictions were for these massive cuts that never seem to happen, right? And we still haven't had a cut recently. So, I'm looking at that for the rest of the calendar year, and it's suggesting maybe one cut for sure, maybe two. Is that reality, do you think?
I think that is accurate, but as you say, it's taken the CME Fed Watch a little while to get there. And I mean, we can't blame CME, obviously. It's just what the market is pricing in. But if you go back to 2024, 2025, there were 6 rate cuts priced in through the end of 2025, and we got 3, right? So 3 cumulatively. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 priced in through the end of 2026. The market tends to price in, especially the further out you get, tends to price in much lower probability. So for example, the Fed funds rate being at 3% to 3.25% by July of next year is only a 29.3% chance. Okay, 25 basis points higher than that is a 26.2% chance. So you really want to look at the next meeting, possibly the meeting after that. The September 17th meeting, the probability got as high as 95% mid last week. And I've always said that as you approach a Fed meeting, let's call it a week to 10 days out, if it's above 90%, the CME Fed Watch tool, I've never seen it be wrong.
Yeah.
And since they initiated it. Having said that, we're still a ways out. We're what, 3 weeks away?
Yeah.
And it's 88.2% as of this morning. That's a pretty strong probability that a rate cut is coming.
Yeah. So, and I think that was signaled pretty clearly at Jackson Hole symposium keynote speech last week.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he basically said it, right?
Yeah.
He basically said it. I mean, he didn't say the exact words, but he said it might be appropriate. Now, again, I think the Fed believes, I believe, rates are restrictive right now. John Williams, New York Fed president, basically said it, that rates are restrictive. But they wanted to keep rates restrictive. Now, so far, the evidence is tariffs are not being passed on to the consumer in any big way. They're just not. And the place you would see it is import prices. And cumulatively, import prices, ex food and fuel, because they always take those out. I don't know why, but they do, are up 55 basis points. So a little bit more than a half of 1%. Now, that doesn't translate into CPI or PCE because that's more cumulative. That includes domestic prices. So it adjusts it. But import prices, they're just not up much. And when the tariffs were first announced, Walmart specifically said, we're going to have to pass some of those on. Last week, Walmart said, we're still going to compete on price. So be careful. Those of you that dislike Trump, and I don't care if you do or don't, I don't talk about politics that much. But if you dislike Trump, you're talking about the times where stores and CEOs specifically are saying we're going to have to raise prices. CEOs are notorious for dropping the bar and then jumping over it before earnings.
Yeah.
Right. So be careful about listening to what a CEO says.
Yeah. No, I mean, boots on the ground. I'm including food prices. You know, we all know that grocery bill gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's not getting smaller ever.
I don't know that's the case. It got big for a long time, but it's difficult for people to look at their grocery bill and say that it's getting bigger because it got so big so fast, right? When you look at food prices, they've actually come off, just not enough. Because we're all thinking pre the 8 to 9% inflation that we had. That's still fresh enough for us to compare it to. But goods inflation, services inflation is what's still high. Goods inflation actually is looking deflationary lately.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have an alert. Mrs. Keggs does the shopping for food. I have an alert on her credit card, so every time she charges something, I get the thing. And if it's too high, I'll forward it to her with a WTF, which is probably not a good strategy for me.
You have to actually diffuse that versus the amount of goods she bought. So that's the thing. I mean, if you buy more things, the bill is higher. If you buy fewer things, the bill is lower. You have to, in order to compare apples to apples, you have to buy just apples.
All right, so I have one constant in my purchasing habits. That's
Shoot.
Melfi's gin.
That's
So
what?
Melfi's gin. So I'm gonna track Melfi's gin. It's Italian gin. You know, every week we'll end up with a new bottle. So that's going to be my new inflation guide.
Is that named after Dr. Melfi from Sopranos?
No. It's been around a while. It's been around a while. Anyway, all right.
Sopranos is old, Jimmy. Sopranos is old.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the history of it. All I know is it's delicious. But that's a side note. Let's talk about the U.S. dollar now that we're talking about Italy. My trip is coming up, and I just had to cave and buy my euros at these ridiculous prices.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put up a daily euro U.S. dollar chart right now. And, you know, the dollar's, you know, significantly weaker over the last couple of months versus the euro. How does that factor into all this?
So it's a big part of what I talked about with import prices. Okay. If you look at the recent weakness of the dollar, and I'm talking a much longer chart than you have up there, right?
Yeah.
This is the index, right? That you got on the screen.
Yeah, I have the euro. This is the Euro FX futures contract.
Okay, that's fair. So the euro has been strong. So then you going back to March, you see the trend of the euro, right? And if you go back even further, the trend is even steeper. Yeah. I said import prices have gone up about 0.55%. That's with a weak dollar. So if you were to balance out, if you were to do a currency equivalent calculation of import prices, it's actually more like 0.43% because the dollar has been weak. So that's another thing. Malfi's gin has been around since 1970. The original gin was produced in 1906. Yes, I had that in the back of my head. I did not just look it up right here in my other screen. Um, so Malfi's gin is going to be affected by the weakness of the dollar, right? So you would have to look at the dollar, calculate the weakness, see if Melfi's gin has actually only been affected by dollar weakness or has been affected by tariffs or import prices that have gone up.
Yeah.
So the dollar weakness goes into that kind of a thing. And this is kind of the plan. Like we talk about this being Trump's thing. It's Besson's thing. Okay, it's not Trump's. Trump brought Bessent in, and by all accounts, I know some people that are, I don't want to say close to Trump, but they're one or two people removed. Most of the economic factors that are going on for the fiscal government are Bessent, not Trump. I say that for a specific reason. If you look at the inflation we had going back pre-COVID and you compare, we talk too much about the Fed, is my point. You look at fiscal spending, it was on a trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
The trajectory was like this, right? I don't know if you guys can see me here or not. COVID, it went up here, right? And if you were to continue to project out government spending at the rate it was at throughout history, we're here now. We're still well above the COVID level, right? So we went up in COVID and we continued to stay up. And that's when inflation started, government spending. So one of the things that the president promised to do that he hasn't done was cut spending. Now he's saying he's going to throw the tariff revenue, which is about 400 billion now, I believe, into that equation. That reduces the deficit, but doesn't reduce the spending. So that's part of the problem for all of this. And the weaker dollar adds to that. But what the plan is to get people to buy domestically. Therefore, the weaker dollar doesn't matter. And we're seeing that slowly start to happen. But domestic goods have historically been more expensive than foreign goods. So you may have to find a domestic gin and compare it to Melfi's.
That's sacrilege.
No, but I think the dollar's going to continue lower because I think that the easing that happened with a lot of the other central banks, the ECB, the Bank of England, happened earlier than the Fed. And I think the Fed is about to go on a very small easing cycle. So the dollar is likely to weaken just as the other central banks are kind of coming off their easing cycles.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then let's throw in the big, beautiful bill and all the spending associated with that, right? How does that exasperate anything?
Well, again, fiscal spending has been inflationary. It's just a fact. You can look at the data and see it. And we focus so much on the Fed, we're about the Fed easing being inflationary. The fiscal spending has to wind down. And there's no sign of it right now. And that's part of the problem. I think where you'll see big fiscal cuts is after the midterms. Because again, there's only so much a president can do. I always think of him as like a quarterback on a football team. They get too much credit, too much blame. And there's only so much that a president can do. And right now, he needs to buy votes for the midterms. So he's going to continue to do that. After the midterms, you might get some fiscal drag, and then you might get the dollar start to spike, and you might get rates to go a little higher as well, which is not something they want. So it's all about the debt relative to the economy now, and that shows up in bonds. And inflation is not showing up in the 10-year right now.
So excuse me. So let's pivot over to the stock index futures right now.
Yeah.
My point of view is these markets have been resilient despite all sorts of and I'm going to use the word uncertainty because that's what we have. We have a lot of uncertainty with respect to everything, with respect to tariff negotiations, with respect to what the Fed's going to do, with respect to the phenomenon that you mentioned. Hey, let's set our bar lower here for earnings, and then we're going to leap over it and we're going to look great. All that stuff kind of, put in the pot, cooking it in the pot, along with your meatballs and your brajol, that is causing uncertainty.
It is, but it's funny because you remember the acronym TINA, right? There is no alternative to equities.
Yeah.
There is no alternative to the U.S. right now. I mean, when you look at just look at your daily charts, look at the long wicks on all of those days, even the sell-off days, right? In toward the end of the session, they come in and buy U.S. equities, whether you're looking at the NASDAQ, whether you're looking at the ES, the YM, it doesn't really matter. What I'd like to see happen is I'd like to see the Russell start to outperform. And we've had some days of that lately. And then I'd like to see financials outperform. And when you see those two things combined, you're looking at a resumption of a pretty steady bull market. I still think we're in a bull market. I still think we're going to make new all-time highs before the year's out. I don't necessarily think it relies on the Fed because we're getting a 25 basis point rate cut. Right now, the NVIDIA nervousness is there, even though most analysts are looking for beats. I mean, you're looking at $1 EPS, 46, what is it, 46 gajillion in revenue with those guys. Um, you're basically you're basically looking at the expectation for NVIDIA, and NVIDIA isn't contradicting that. And if we just go ahead and talk about what I said a second ago, you're not looking at a situation where NVIDIA is lowering the bar. So I think once we get NVIDIA out of the way, it resumes. People are looking at full steam ahead, but you have reasons to slow the buying. I haven't slowed the buying. I've been buying. Um, I've been buying basically individual stocks and Qs and the NASDAQ futures, and I haven't hedged.
All right. So, bullish it is,
Mhm.
apparently. Yeah, I don't, you know how it is though when you're talking to traders, right? We talk to, hundreds, thousands of traders. I'm getting text messages and phone calls and everything. And, a common question is, hey, is it time for that big 20%? Now, and I'll use a word that I don't like, correction. I get that. A lot of people it's in the back of their mind.
We had it already, the way I look at it. I mean, but when Trump won in November, you can go back and look at this. Actually, Tracy's very aware of this. She was kind enough to retweet this one or repost, re-X, I don't know.
I know,
She
I know, I know.
I was on one of her independent spaces that she runs, and I talked about an 18 to 30% decline. I'm sorry, a 15 to 30% decline after Trump got elected if he actually achieves anything he wanted to achieve. And we got that, right? If you look, I've been talking about the Russell, so I'll use the Russell as an example. If you go back to, let's call it November 2024, we got about a 31% drop in the Russell through April 4th. And then we rallied from there. And you see other drops in that same time period, not as dramatic as the Russell. That to me was the correction. And again, Tracy is aware of it. She was kind enough to repost it. That to me was it. When people are looking for this correction, you get into one of those FOMO markets where the rally is happening. The rally is happening. They're all going, as soon as it dips, I'm going to buy. As soon as it dips, I'm going to buy. And people start buying that dip in shorter and shorter intervals.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happening now. I truly do. So when I go from that perspective, my average hold time's 26 days on a trade. So I'm not that guy who's like going, oh, I want to dip today and then I'm going to hold it, right? I'm not a long-term trader, but I'm what some people classify as a swing trader. I kind of hate that because some of the reasons that my hold time is 26 days is sometimes I'm out in a day and a half, sometimes I'm out in 6 months. So it averages out,
Yeah.
right? From this particular point, I think the dips have happened.
Okay, well, I just highlighted I have a weekly chart up here for the Russell. The
Mhm.
bottom has some commitment to trader data. We'll talk about that another time. Kind of highlighted that big dip there. So when you look at it in a longer term time frame, it does that's exactly what is showing on the chart here, man. That's a big break.
Yeah, I think people should be scaling in on dips, not waiting for that one big dip. That would be the best advice I could give.
Yeah. All right. So we're getting close to the end of our time together. Any last thoughts on any markets or any drivers of the markets?
Yeah, I would say that if I were to be wrong about this particular bull market, the let's it's an upward sloping level, but I'd say if you look at the Nasdaq futures and we got below say 23,190, that would be a pretty decent correction for me. And if I'm on again in the near future, I'll change that level if it hasn't happened. But if that were to happen, I get about a 5% prediction down from there. So you're talking somewhere in the range of, oh, I don't know. Here, I can call it out for you. Somewhere in the
I'm
range
gonna
of a
put a
move
line on
to,
here, man. I'm gonna put you on the spot. I'm gonna put a
yeah,
line
put
on
me
the
on the
chart.
spot. Leave it on there permanent. And when anybody asks you what that is, you say this is the Bobby is wrong level because I am bullish. Okay, it's about 22,000 and change. I'll call it 2280 is where we go. But we again got to get below around that, again, let's call it 23,225, somewhere in that range. We break below that on a closing basis, you're going to get below the 50-day moving average again, and then you're going to get another 5% from there. So if I took it from here, that would be about an 8% drop or so.
Okay, so give me the final number.
All right, let's make it easy. 23,225. If we get below that, I'm looking for about 22,080. That's the
20.
NASDAQ.
All right, I'm going to get them both on here before I
Leave
let
them
you
up
go.
there. Tag them as Bobby's asinine
22,000.
levels,
Did
whatever
you
you
say
want to call them.
22,080 or 22,280?
22,080.
All right, I got it on there, everybody. Bobby Iaccino, appreciate you as usual. Thank you so much for being with us early this morning. Looking forward to talking to you again.
I got to get out in the sun. I think I lost my tan. We'll see you, buddy.
All right, thanks. I don't think he lost his tan. Do you think he lost his tan?
No, I don't think he lost his tan. But I can attest, he did call that market correction. He called it on my Mic Drop Markets Spaces in the fall of 2024. So,
Yeah, no, he's awesome. Love Bobby. He's been with us a long time. So Shai, tell us about our next guest.
right. So we have Jennifer Shaigec. She is a mining equity investor at Sandpiper Trading Corporation. So we're going to talk to her about some commodities.
Oh, very awesome. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, Jenny, thank you for. Can I call you Jenny or is it Jennifer?
Either. You can call me Jenny. It's fine. Thank you.
Jenny, thank you for being on early this morning. We really appreciate you. Looking forward to our conversation. I just want to, right off the bat, I want to ask you because your tagline on your X, and by the way, we're going to drop your X into the chat for everybody. Responsible development for natural resources is your tagline, and I was thinking when I read that, I was like, there seems to be a mad rush for onshoring for mineral development and metals and all of this other stuff, with permitting times being cut, and it's kind of a different way to do business. And does that kind of how does that lead into responsibility? Are we going to be irresponsible by doing this too quickly?
I don't think so. I mean, everything these days just seems unpredictable under Trump, of course. But when I had that in my bio, I'm more thinking in terms of there's one copper explorer that I own in Peru, and it's a really fascinating story. It actually has brought tears to my eyes when I've heard it because back in 1983 there was a terrorist organization called the Shining Path in Peru, and near this copper deposit there was a brutal massacre. Several women and children were killed. And this company, Copernico, has spent a number of years building relationships with the community there and restoring faith in the industry. And that's the kind of thing I'm referring to. And then I live in Alberta, in Calgary, and we're an energy city. And it's been painful to watch all of this red tape, impact us, and the whole climate change ESG movement has been really difficult for our province. And so I'm with you on the page. I'd like to see these things expedited, but in a responsible way.
Yeah, I was tracking this. I guess there's a mine operation in Arizona called Resolute, I think is the name of it. I could be wrong on the name, but I was reading about the change from permitting process going from months to years now, and it's being fast tracked, and maybe it's going to be a big mine. I don't know. So that also kind of struck me as let's talk about in the U.S. in Arizona in particular production potential.
That's Resolution Copper. That's one of the largest copper deposits in the States. I think it could supply the U.S. with all of its copper needs for the next 60 years. It's been in the courts for, oh gosh, going on 3 decades, I believe. And they've spent over $2 billion trying to get this mine developed. So now, thanks to Trump, hopefully that will move forward. But the United Nations has been backing a First Nations group in protesting that. And so it's been this continued battle in the courts.
Wow.
Excellent. And thank you for that. I want to kind of move over to the gold market. Obviously, gold's had a spectacular year, as well as the miners. And so we have seen very shallow kind of pullbacks. And I kind of attribute that to we have kind of this underlying bid from central banks. And I know you brought a slide for us. So let's talk about the gold market for a little bit here. And
So I have a bit of a unique theory when it comes to gold, but I feel like I've seen enough to back up what I'm saying here in this regard. It's interesting, Howard Marks, I heard an interview with him the other day, and he was talking about how probably the best degree that an investor could have is one in psychology. And I fully agree with that, because I think what you're seeing with gold here is one of my favorite quotes is history was like a crystal ball. It told us as much about the future as it did about the past. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing right now in gold. And I think people are often, when they're looking at gold, they're not looking far enough back in history to see why we're having this move that we are. So somebody actually recommended a book to me recently, and I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I've watched a few videos on it, and I'd highly recommend, if you're interested, it's The Battle of Bretton Woods, because that was such a pivotal moment in history. And I think that's what you have to do is go back so far in time, maybe a century ago, to look at gold and put it in perspective right now. So if you've heard of the fourth turning, it's that the fourth turning is the crisis stage of this generational cycle that usually lasts about the timeline of a human lifespan. And we tend to repeat our mistakes because we've forgotten lessons of the past. And people seem to think that empires are too big to fail, companies are too big to fail, but history tends to prove otherwise. And so if you go back to the days of the British Empire, back in 1907-ish, when there was the Panic of 1907, it kind of started there. It had some parallels to the GFC. And then you went on to have World War I and the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, which caused inflation and led to 1929 crash, and the Smoot-Hawley tariffs are another thing in the past. So all of this is tending to repeat itself. But Bretton Woods Agreement is something, I think, when I've been learning about this recently, I was quite shocked at some of the history. It was more of a larger geopolitical agenda to eliminate the British Empire. And when you look at it in that perspective, I think it really changes the view of today. And I've heard a lot of people say this move in gold was driven by the sanctions on Russia. Well, central banks, after the Nixon shock, were actually net sellers of gold for decades. And this changed in 2010. And so the graphic that I sent you, it's really striking to me how dramatic that shift was. And so I started looking at, well, what happened in 2010 that led up to that? So you had the Bretton Woods Agreement, and then you had the Nixon shock, the Volcker shock. You had the GFC, the Eurozone crisis, the Asian financial crisis. And so I think a lot of the rest of the world is tired of the dollar being used as a weapon. And I've heard a lot of people say, well, BRICS, the leaders of BRICS, there's no way that we can have de-dollarization because of BRICS. But I think that there's a lot more to it, and people seem to be very focused on domestic news. And I started reading governors of central banks' speeches from China, Japan, European Central Bank, Canada, the Bank of England. And when you start reading these and seeing what central bankers have been talking about since 2010, Mark Carney gave a speech about the future of money, and he spoke about Bitcoin being basically the theory of the greater fool, but that technology would be very useful in the future for a central bank digital currency. And so I started looking at the Bank for International Settlements, the IMF website, the World Bank, and I noticed that they were doing all of these projects with the hope of implementing a cross-border CBDC by 2027. And when you start looking into all of these things and you see the progress that they're making, one of the things that I found interesting was back in 1944, Bretton Woods Agreement. It was largely two characters that were in charge there, John Maynard Keynes, who is British, and then Harry Dexter White, who is American. And they had different visions for what the result would be at the end of the conference. But it's John Maynard Keynes one of Bancorps that interested me. And so he believed that we should have a global currency, basically a basket of currencies that was pegged to gold. And so that would prevent things like quantitative easing and manipulation by one power. But in the end, that's not what happened. And it was after Bretton Woods, basically, that America was able to weaponize the dollar. And so when we talk about the fourth turning, we're ripe for this monetary change. And that's personally what I can see happening. If you actually read the speeches and you look at some of the organizations now that have been developed since 2010, it's quite striking. And a lot of the people I ask when I talk to people on social media or people in my circle, have you heard of some of these things? SDRs? No, they haven't. ASEAN plus 3, they haven't. And like I said, if you start looking into these, it's pretty clear what their plan is. And so it's kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I'm seeing all of these different nations uniting against the common enemy, which is the dollar, because they're tired of these global financial crises that are, the States is basically the one that's in charge because it's not pegged to gold. And that is why I think you saw that on my chart there, the reversal in central banks buying gold, because it was around the time after the Eurozone crisis that it was this watershed moment.
So, but doesn't all the central banks
So do
kind
we
of
can,
treat what? I'm sorry, Shai. Doesn't all the central banks kind of like treat their, their currency? I don't want to use the word weaponized like you did, but to support their currencies in addition to control inflation and jobs and all that stuff. Isn't that? But isn't that the way it's set up right now? It's so that everybody could adapt through their central bank.
Yes, but I think there's more power if they act, because the US basically does dominate everything and has the global reserve currency. And so even if these central banks are able to have some control over things, it's not nearly enough. And to the point where through history, US policy really has, US monetary policy has really impacted them. And so, like I said, you're seeing, if you look at the Bank for International Settlements and the IMF website, they talk a lot about this. And Christine Lagarde has actually commented that she was a fan of John Maynard Keynes' Bancorps, and that she recently had a quote. I just posted on my Twitter last night. People can see I did a thread on this, but she was talking about people tend to think that their currency will be the dominant one until it's not. And history, like I said, shows otherwise.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah. No. Awesome. Yeah, we are getting close on time though. Shai, do you have any last thoughts for Jenny?
no, I mean, if you could quickly give us just your outlook on the copper market, because I know we have a huge deficit problem with copper, and we started with copper. Let's end with copper here because we are running out of time. So some final thoughts on copper, and where should we be looking for new supply?
okay, so I met you, Tracy, a year ago, and I would have said copper was my preferred metal, and now I'm leaning towards gold. But as you said, with demand increasing for the energy transition, AI data centers actually up to 6% of the capex for those can be copper. So the issue with copper is that a lot of the easy stuff has been found. And the deposits now that are being explored, the potential for development, it's gotten so much more expensive because they're that much deeper. BHP had a great graphic. I can post it on my Twitter feed as well, but basically reflected that as time has gone on, these deposits are more and more expensive to develop because they're deeper, and all the high grade on the surface is no longer easily found. So because copper, really, Dr. Copper, it's a barometer for economic health. And so I think over the long term, I think there's a case to be made for copper, but with the economy on shaky ground right now, in the short term, I'd be cautious. And so for me, I found the greatest success actually in the exploration sector, because people do tend to have a longer term view about the metal. And because we're going to be facing this supply shortage, lack of new discoveries, if you have a legitimate discovery, it can do phenomenally well. And so you've seen things like the Filo del Sol deposit. I think it sold for $32 a share. I was in NGX, same, it's the Lundin companies. I was in NGX at 60 cents. It's now $21 or so. And so if you get into some of these quality exploration plays, the macro doesn't actually as much.
Jenny, thank you so much. We are up against time, though. The chat is lighting up with, wow, she's great. We want to keep listening to her, but we do have to move on. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and cut and paste your X channel into the chat so folks could follow you. And we really greatly appreciate you spending time with us. This is really good stuff.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah, I mean, I have so many questions. You get these guests that are so freaking awesome. I could talk to her forever.
Yeah, she is great. We will definitely get her on again, because we didn't even get to go over platinum, which is one of my favorite markets. So
Oh, no.
we'll get her back to talk about platinum.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you, Shai. I appreciate you as usual. Look forward to hot commodities this afternoon.
All right, I'll see everybody in the chat.
All right. It is time for Tape Talk. Pharm, good morning. How are you doing?
Morning, chat. Morning, Jim. How are we doing? I'm doing all right.
Pretty good. Were you surprised about that afternoon rally yesterday, or is it just me?
It was interesting. A lot of the day yesterday, there was a pretty insistent buyer, but an equally insistent seller. We got that late sweep. I was watching NQ down into those 480s. I think the guys were talking about that on stream, and it was just like the seller just took a hike, right? It's almost like he's like, okay, I'm good. I'm going to cover now. And the bid just came in hard. So it was kind of interesting. I felt like something fishy was up yesterday. I couldn't really place it, but it had a lot to do with that. The fact that there was just kind of some big players really on both sides that seemed just very persistent and insistent. So it was not a huge surprise that we got something like that. I was expecting some kind of more news related, and I didn't really see that. So that's kind of what's throwing me off here today, is that it really felt like some kind of news was coming based on the way those participants were positioning. But is what it is, and everything was constructive off that overnight low, the 64.31 to 35 spot, and for NQ the 369 spot. And so, I mean, the bulls had everything they needed. YM even. I mean, YM was great. It held where it needed to. I even longed it yesterday. I'm never going to live that down. Longing the Boomer Index. So, I mean, upside was like, I was honestly, I was kind of mad all day that bulls weren't lifting it. It was driving me nuts. I mean, they had everything they needed, and they just took forever. And it was like first the seller was playing with his food, and then it just tanked, and then it was like, no, it was actually the buyers that were playing with their food all day. So it was interesting day.
Well, let's pull up some farm charts. I mean, we're back to, flatlining again. It's like, all right, you guys, wake up.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4.5 handle value area. Maybe it still is. I haven't updated my profiles for the night, and it was just sitting there. And then, out of nowhere, we get a level 3 circuit halt pullback of, 10 handles. And it's like, whoa, somebody ring the bell. So be careful out there. Manage your stops and your size for this wild volatility. Don't worry. With NVIDIA being a volatility event, some of that vol should come out after today, and maybe we can get back to some narrower ranges. I'm joking, obviously. Very tight ranges. And then, I don't know what that was. I don't know if there's some news or something. I was kind of looking around as I was getting ready to come on, but I don't know. Maybe my lunch schedule of having a salad today came out and Ken Griffin just sold a bunch off of it. I'm not sure, but that was an interesting move, but nothing burger. At least so far.
Yeah, the only thing I could see is John Williams, the New York Fed guy, was doing an interview somewhere somehow, but he's saying he's a little bit hawkish. I'm just glancing at the comments that's coming through the feed here. We are still in a modestly restrictive stance on policy. You use the word modestly, stuff like that. So maybe that's it. I don't know.
Yeah, didn't see much, but I do think it's kind of funny that we're all like, "Hey, whoa, what's going on here? Pull back 10 handles. That's crazy." So, would be nice to make volatility great again at some point. Hopefully after this week, things open up a little bit. But again, huge hold at that 64, 31, 35. So I mentioned yesterday morning that was basically if you put a VWAP, an anchor VWAP on last week's low, then you put a fib on it. That was the 50% retrace. And then, of course, we've been talking about 31 to 35 for weeks, I think. So to me, if we don't clean up this ETH all-time high, I will be smashing every phone in my house. I'll even go to the old ones, the ones that you just haven't thrown away yet, and I will smash those ones and send the bill to the investor relations at ES because, it's just been driving me nuts sitting up there, that ETH high. So please, let's clean it up today. And it'll be interesting, right? Because, big picture, NQ still is not in the clear to me at all.
No.
And so, if ES makes a good high and NQ has a good high in play, maybe things get interesting into September. We'll see. But that back test and hold of 30s had me pretty constructive on things yesterday. So, we'll see how today goes. But big picture, this 96 to 98 up here on ES, 64, 96 to 90. It's a kind of effective top of range. That's what I've been calling it. If you look left, you can see this. We spent very little time above there. So that's sort of the upper edge of this range that we've been in. I'm going to drill in tighter.
That's like on my simple calculation, that is the monthly high value area high, right? The 98s. It's right there. Then, which isn't surprising, but then volume's kind of building though between there and below, all the way down to like 64, 60. We're getting a bigger and bigger volume node there.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly it. So that's the upper distribution on the monthly, and that's a big part of what I've been working with. So the 6460s up here to, if you just want to round up to 6,500, I think that's fine. Then below there, you had that monthly LVN down to 31 to 35, then 31 to 35, you had a distribution down to, basically 6380s. So yeah, that's exactly what we've been working with the last couple of weeks, and so far very constructive. And please just take out this high. So I do think, as we get into the 5, and I'll do a little NQ today as well. This 75 to 77 spot, that's basically inclusive of yesterday's spike base. We did have that spike at the end of the day, and then if you look left to Friday, that sort of keeps us in this upper distribution from Friday. So I think that's your healthiest look for ES, but it's NVIDIA earnings day today. So you need that inception meme that I've posted a few times where it's a bear trap within a bull trap within a bear trap type thing. It's almost always extremely trappy on these days. So nothing would surprise me at all. But the most constructive look would be to hold above this 75, 77s. And then find a way to sustain above 83, 86. That is inclusive of Monday's high, and have that for some other reasons that I've been using on some days to get up there into those 96, 98 spots. So, that's the big spot for me today. If we lose 75 to 77, I think it's a pretty clean rotation down to, basically 64, 66. You can provide allowances maybe down to, 60. I think that's okay. But I think you mostly want to see 64 to 66 bid. And you're talking 10 handle rotations. Not even up here. This isn't a clean rotation, but 75 down to 66 is, and it's like, hard to get a little bit excited about that. So I actually yesterday, I mean, there's no way I was going to trade ES. I think I might have taken one trade on ES, like immediately regretted it. But NQ and YM have been reasonably clean. So I mean, I'll pull up the NQ chart here. I know the guys were talking about this. Stowe was talking about this, and I kind of joked with him on X last night. This 622 seller. I think anybody that watches tape in any kind of way, shape, or form has seen this guy, and it's just been an absolute mammoth. Thanos seller. And last night it was just like, oh, we finally got him. Nope. And a nice little rug pull there. So, I mean, you got to watch these 620s. Every pop above 622 basically has been aggressively sold. And taking that spot out would be huge. I sort of widened it to 612 to 622 for today. 548 to 556. If there's a spot I'm going to buy, I mean, you can just look down at yesterday's profile. It's sort of at that upper edge as we taper out of that distribution there. So we would expect that to be reasonably well bid. I would anyway. And any kind of a sweep and reclaim is okay as well, but trap below there. And you start to look at rotations back down towards those 480s, 490s anyway. So everything looks fine. We haven't even made it to the ES, technically haven't made it to the ES spike base, even on that, massive limit down move we just had. Looks okay, but it is NVIDIA day. And so expect lots of traps, and I will do the 30 on NQ as well. I mentioned, I still don't think NQ is out of the woods here. I think best for NQ. I feel reasonably safe if we can get up here and at least test this 752 to 769 and then hold 700s from above, call it 700 to 724. I think that's a good look. And maybe we can make a run at new highs there. It still has a little bit of work to do there, but this is kind of the big kind of range for me. Is really anything, call it 700 to 770 could be a little bit nasty. So we are going to have to get up in there and then be sticky up in there. It's kind of like the 700 724 is kind of like the 6460 on ES, right? It's like we had to reclaim it to open that rotation back up towards the highs, which we did. Was that last week, earlier, the week before? I don't recall. We got back up there towards those 6490s and failed. Maybe it was Friday, I guess it was. Then we lost 60 again, came back down and did a back test, and we've thus far held. So 700 to 724 is roughly analogous to that on NQ. And really as long, again, perfect holds, same thing, 50% retrace last week's low to Friday's high at the overnight low, which is not last night, but the night before. And then clean reclaims of the same levels that you've seen on my chart for forever. NQ has traded very, very clean. ES has not. So if NQ is a little wild for you, obviously there's the micros for that. And truly, the Dow's been fine. Yeah,
I'm looking. I love the 750 levels there. There's a lot of volume there. But what's really kind of opening my eyes up, if we do get some humongous bid here for some reason, we have also another target on the upside. A lot of volume up at the 930s. So only for 4 days did we accumulate that volume, but it's still it's a target should this thing go nuclear.
Yeah. If you get those key reclaims, this thing can scoot fast, right? NQ can catch up extremely fast. We all know that. And, what a day to have NVIDIA earnings that's close here. So it really is a make or break situation, you would think, for NQ anyway. So if it can pop and then hold 700s, I think that's your first good look that we've left some sellers behind, that are going to be stuck, and that opens up a lot of upside potentially. If you're giving back some of this week's range and getting back into last week's lower range back below this 342 to 369. If we're offering 340s after all of this, I think that's trouble. So for me, that's the big spot to hold for bulls. We already did. Again, what's your excuse? Just lift it. Just lift it, right? You made that back test, perfect retracement. If those are real bulls, then we lift this thing. So we'll see what NVIDIA has to say today.
Yeah, for sure. Are you glimpsing anything else out of the corner of your eye, like the Russell or bonds or anything?
I haven't looked at the Russell as closely. I probably could. I quite seriously have been trading the Dow. I mean, I traded it yesterday. I traded it the day before. It also has traded extremely clean. I mean, if I look at it real quick, I don't think I put my levels on this chart. Maybe I did. Yeah, I did. Has traded extremely clean. If this low right here was basically a back test of the January highs, we had that multi-month balance that every index had. This is a huge breakout. So, until or unless this breakout's given back, and I'm going to call 45,105 to 45,135. I mean, there's huge upside potential. The Dow loves to go fail breakout. I mean, so be very clear on that. But as long as this breakout sustains, I mean, just go look at your chart, draw a box around that, 2-3 month balance or whatever, and then slap an extension on it. Like, there's big upside targets if this sustains.
Awesome, man. As usual, appreciate your great commentary. Appreciate your time with us early this morning. You're in Arizona. I know you never sleep anyway. So
That's right.
That event. Thanks for being here. Looking forward to talking to you again tomorrow. Pharm, take care.
See you, Jim. Take care.
All right. Good stuff from Pharm as usual. It's that time, folks. It is exactly that time. We are ready to trade the open, not just with one cool cat, but with two cool cats. Leo and Trader Kane, I believe, are with us right now. Good morning, gentlemen. By the way, did I say trade the open?
You did say trade the open today. We're not trading the close.
Man, oh man, I get that mixed up. How you guys doing?
I can't complain.
I'm good.
I'm just barging in Kane's show today. So
no, it's our show today.
Oh, our show.
It's our show. It's our show forever now.
That opens the door for me, and I am going to speak directly to the viewers and to the chat. These guys are awesome. They're going to be trading the open together, talking about what they see, what they don't see, if there's opportunities arising. We appreciate those thumbs up, folks. We appreciate the subscriptions. So you just got to click that button. It's free. It doesn't cost any money. It means a lot to us. It helps us with our exposure. And remember, the more people in the chat, you guys have been great in the chat. You've been, helping each other out. High tides lift all boats. We recognize that, and we appreciate that more than anything. So feel free to spread the word on X or Facebook or whatever, or InstaChat or whatever you got going. We greatly appreciate that as well. But I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to listening to these guys. I always learn something, even though I'm super old. I'm always learning something. And don't mention my birthday, Leo. We'll be good to go.
Those days are gone, Jim. It'll be next year. We'll wait till next year.
Yeah. Well, they managed to sneak it in yesterday to piss me off even further. So
nice.
Anyway, so what are you guys thinking about this morning? Why don't you go first, Leo?
I have a tint of bullishness, but I'm very leery of the seller at 620 and 630. It seems like if we get to that, test it, and reject again, I won't have any, I'll be quick to jump, kind of back to the short side. But if we get above that 620, 630, I think it's lights out. To the upside. Does it happen before NVIDIA earnings today, or does it happen after, or does it not happen at all? I don't really know, but that's kind of the spot that I'm looking at. I think it's actually pretty easy to just use that area as like the decision point and not overthink it too much.
Got it. Kane, how you feeling about today?
Yeah, I'm leaning bullish. I tried along overnight during London and got stopped. It was basically the same area. And I was long and I had to go break even because of the hour. And now I just want the low to get taken again so we can potentially get long again. And if it goes without me, it goes without me. I won't chase it. I haven't really found the last 2 weeks that easy. So, and on a day like today, I'm just kind of leaning more risk off than anything else, especially considering I already took a loss. So, yeah, similar to the other, we get above that, I guess, overnight high now. It's just I don't think there's really much holding it down other than this 620 seller or this whatever happened at the 620 out area. Yeah, but overall, I mean, from a daily perspective, I lean really bullish today. That yesterday's low is, I guess, for me, a good low that a lot of people will preference, but I want to trade away from that low. And if we trade lower at the open, great. I just want to look for longs for most of the session today because that's kind of what my model tells me to do.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, I really appreciated your tweet yesterday, and you basically said I traded like shit today. Or maybe it was
Oh
the day
yeah, it was
before,
bad.
maybe it was yesterday,
It was
and
yesterday.
and that's
Both
not
days actually.
the reason I
I
appreciate
traded
it
like
though.
bad both days. Yeah.
But the reason I appreciate it is because it's an authentic comment, right? You're out there, representing yourself. You're with us. You're doing your stuff. And hey, I had a bad day today, and I'm humble and I'm gonna admit it. And so I love when you guys do that because a lot of the other people, I'm not going to mention their names, that are not on our show, they don't do that. So that's a very legit thing to do. So that's why I appreciate it.
Also, like the main reason I do it right is because everyone just assumes that I have good days all of the time, and it's just completely unrealistic to think that way. Um, I go through bad days. I go until I have emotional trades that are outside of my model. I'm a human being, right? Like, and the reality is both of the days that I traded badly yesterday and Monday and yesterday, actually took a really good trade and I couldn't stay in it. And for no reason other than I went break even and got taken out on both of them and then went to my target. And then I chase it. And then after my target's hit, I just trade away from that. And all I did yesterday was miss my trade, got stopped quite literally to the tick um, on that correction just before the open. And then the open went to my target. We then went below my initial entry, and then I faded that move up, and I took two losses on the move up, and then all I do is try and grab some move back down to that 50% range, and I just try and manage risk in there because I'm underwater, and managing risk means for me just going break even relatively quickly. And then that all I do is just chew fees, right? And then the reoffer comes later on in the session. I take it and I get paid. But in the middle, I just traded like absolute garbage, right? I just racked up hundreds of dollars in fees for no reason. And if I just did nothing and waited for the correct reoffer, I would have got paid a lot more um, than anything else, right? And then similarly on Monday, the exact same thing. So I just make those tweets really just to remind people that as easy as it is to assume that someone wins all the time because we share winners, we don't typically share losers. Losing is just part of this game. And if you can't accept that, you aren't going to last. And that's just, something that a lot of people have to accept, really.
Yeah. Well, the fact that you just explained what the problem was huge, right? Because a lot of times we make trades, we don't go back and think about them, or our trading behavior, more importantly, we don't go back and think about them. And you did that naturally and seamlessly. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, gents. Well, again, appreciate you guys being here. Let's hit those thumbs up for these guys.
How was your birthday yesterday?
It was Monday. Nick was Tuesday.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Yeah,
that's okay.
I forget.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Sorry. I just remember there was two birthdays in like a short space of time. What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I chilled out. I had my big thing last Thursday with my friends from Chicago.
Yeah.
So
Okay, good.
but anyway, they took care of me. All's good.
That's good.
In any event, I'm aiming to dip into the chat, you guys. Thank you again for being here. Appreciate you, and good luck on any trades that might come by your way.
Cheers, Jim.
See you, Jim.
Mr. Leo the cat, how are you?
Do you know, it was funny. I don't think anybody expected me to show up today.
Yeah, because Jim's tweet yesterday was just me. I also
Yeah.
saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They forget about you, brother.
I don't know what to think about that.
I don't forget about you, so don't worry about it.
I know.
How are you?
Yesterday's trade was tough.
Yeah, it was horrible actually. Yeah, it was oh, I don't know. I mean, there's no excuse for it for me. I just traded like shit. Luckily, I got lucky in the afternoon that the reoffer was just so clean off the open.
Yeah.
And just brought it back into the high.
Mhm.
I don't know. It was silly. I could have done better. I'm not gonna kick myself too much. I do that naturally anyway when I have a bad trading day. But yeah, I made money, so I'm not going to complain. But there's definitely some sort of shift going on because the market's gone from being very clean to very stagnant. So it's interesting. And we've got Nvidia earnings today, which, as I said to you in the week, is one of two things. We either get really, really clean price action and then they send it, or it just grinds slowly in one direction.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what they do to us today.
Yeah, relative volume is at 76. So that's not a market environment for me to be super active.
What's the marker for you? 80, 90?
90 and up is kind of the preferred. I'll get more active, or I guess the way I look at it is I'll take a stab at more trades the higher the participation is, right? Because really is when there's more participants in the market, there's more volume in the market, right? So you're going to have more disagreements. I guess the way I put it is you'll have more disagreements in price,
Mm,
which creates velocity and more rotation, more rotational opportunities, right? So like
yeah.
instead of those one-way grinds or very slow grinds, you'll get, you can have a directional market in those environments, but it's still you'll get some pullbacks to get on that move, or even you'll get some opportunities to get some, like counter trend trades off or whatever. So it's kind of one of the things that I look at every morning is what type of environment do we have potentially, and it's kind of my north star for how active or inactive I plan on being for that session.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I just hate days like this in terms of like the big event that everyone's waiting for is going to happen outside of the session, and the session normally just fucks around, and I refuse to leave it alone, which is silly of me. So I don't know. We'll see. It's a tough spot, right? Because they're just coming off this overnight low now.
I mean, I have this area marked between 50 and 60. It kind of marked the top of yesterday's range, and it's the top of yesterday's value. There's kind of this volume ledge here. So they had built all this
Yeah,
volume. It's pretty much the area you were shorting against yesterday. And so we just back tested it now. So that's constructive, for me.
yeah, agreed.
Um, so yeah, definitely helps paint that picture of, maybe we can go threaten that the 620 seller again and see if he's still there or not.
Well, how much were they selling up there?
I actually didn't watch the close yesterday or any of the Globex stuff. I just know that like if you go to a bit of a higher time frame, like on my 60-minute chart, you can see every time we push up against the 640s, the 620s, we just, we sell
They
off,
just,
right?
yeah,
So that it does indicate, there's some selling up there. Um, so I don't know. We're building tons of volume in this range. And so, for me, it's like that's, what I was saying to Jim is like, for me, it's kind of easy, right? Just wait and see what we do. Um, you can long up into it and look for that to be a take profit. And then if we rally out of it, it's kind of, for me, want to see that, look for those continuation long trades away from it. But
yep.
if it fails, it's almost like as just as good of an opportunity, because if it fails, you can short it back through, this whole range, this whole distribution here into like 23, 450 or, whatever. I don't think we're going to get blessed with great price action though, based on the RVol and NVIDIA earnings. But, I'm usually wrong when it comes to those type of predictions. We just
Do you know
get
what? I
what we
actually
get.
said this last in video earnings, and I had to remind myself. Is like I I basically said to a lot of people that asked me if I trade things like Nvidia earnings that I just sit out because price action is typically shit. and it turned out to be like an amazing day. It was like unbelievable. So yeah, same for me. Like I said, it's either really good or really bad. There's no in between that we don't get average, and I'm leaning on really bad right now. So
I mean, it's been bad for the past, 7 to 10 trading sessions outside of Jackson Hole. So
mm,
why would we assume it would be any different today? You know, the market has to change its tune for me to change my tune.
yeah, I don't know. It's just a boring. The daily chart for me is also of interest, right? After this daily sweep yesterday, and then we open at the high, like they basically just engulfed the previous candle on the Monday.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Monday was a bearish day. Tuesday completely rebalanced it and closed at the high. Okay, fine. They're in that 620s area. For me, I just naturally have to look for longs in this previous daily range to
Yeah.
then play that out. The sad part is that I could be completely wrong here and I won't know until tomorrow because I fade this and look for shorts off of that previous day high. I'm actually just counter trading that three candle model that I trade. Um, because naturally I look for longs off of this. And when I look at it, the most ideal spot for me to get long is this 23,550 level ish. But with that being said, ES is basically where I want to get long from on NQ. So for me, I just have to naturally just take stabs at this. And if I'm wrong too much, I'll just sit and wait, typically for the magical hour. Um, but I don't want to just watch this melt away from me at the open like I have done the past 2 days
Yeah.
because that is just I just can't take it for the third day on a bounce, to be honest with you. I don't have a
Just
window
get
up
up and
here,
leave.
but
Like
we'll
ready
say,
to quit.
yeah, I'll just take these out, walk away, and you know, I don't know. No, obviously not. But yeah, that and then so now I just take stabs on it with micros, to be honest, until these get right. Because taking stabs on this at minis right now just feels rough.
Do you ever build positions with micros if you're kind of looking to use them?
I have. I don't that often though. But like here, for example, I want to buy this, and then if this does like a deep reoffer, I may just like buy more on the way through. And I can do that with minis, but I don't want to, considering this week is pretty bad so far, pretty bad for me. So I don't really want to use minis, but yeah, I can do. I just don't like to because I could suddenly be deep 20 micros, and I'd rather just be two minis long. Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
Right.
And the logic for that is mainly because, I get the counter argument is build a long position on micros, have a much wider stop, etc. Find, find that area of support and then trade that. But like I don't really partial, so if I'm going to naturally partial into a position, I naturally have to partial out because it just doesn't make sense to me not to do that. So I have to be in a mood of where I really don't know where the market's trading. I just understand the direction and I want to trade with momentum. I'll buy like micros on these small like intraday dips, and then I'll just roll that position out, and then I'll every like session high, etc. I'll just cut some. But that's in a pretty much like an all-time high market or a very, very trendy market. With that said,
Right.
I didn't do any of that. It's this move up. Um, so yeah, typically I'm a get in, get out kind of guy, and just let it do its thing.
Makes sense.
But 10 minutes to the open. Chat, how are we? We haven't
Yeah,
we haven't
good
we
morning,
haven't shown
chat.
we haven't shown chat any attention. These glasses are from Monarch. Where are these from? Actually, no, these are not. These are the random glasses I brought off the street one day. We good, we good. Which factors caused you to get more risk off and which way my P&L is trending? Like, regardless of yesterday, it was a bad trading day. I should have just walked away and accepted the loss. So for me, I kind of treat that day as a loss in my head. So I don't really, yeah, I don't really want to be risk on two sessions where I've got smoked because I'm on the wrong side of it. So I just got the same glasses, Team U special. Maybe they are from Team U. I bought them off of a street vendor in Saint-Tropez. Like they had some glasses stand. I just needed them
You'll have
on
to
the
send
day.
me a pair. I like them. Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to Saint-Tropez to get everyone a pair. Yeah, I'm gonna speak to the guy and see where he got them from. They actually had like a little sticker on for some random brand, and I
Ken,
could
why don't
quite
you just send me those?
yeah, sure. I'm gonna put them away just so you can wear
Yeah.
them. There you go.
Appreciate
I'll
it.
just gonna watch them right here.
Do you wear glasses for just like the style of it, or just assume they're not prescription, right?
No. I've got good vision. I have a light here and it's really bright. And this kind of just takes the edge off of the light. And I have this, and a blue and a green. So
That's what, you can turn the light down.
yeah, but then you can't see my beautiful face. So yeah, and I think they make me look a little bit intelligent. And I need that. I need
You
to
need
look
help in that
intelligent.
department.
Yeah, I definitely like the intelligence department is lacking. So we need all the help there.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, no. And I get the comments on these glasses all the time and the green ones. So but yes, I'm actually more of a sunglasses guy. It could be dusk and I'm still wearing sunglasses, to be honest. Just my eyes are pretty sensitive to light, and then I'm sat in here with two bright lights. So I just try and wear.
Everyone in the lab should get a free pair of those glasses.
God, are you trying to bankrupt me or what? What the hell?
I'm just reading the comments.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. I could turn the light from a very sharp blue to more of a warm yellow, but I'm not the light guy, and the light guys set them up. So,
oh damn, you have a light guy.
I did have a light guy, yeah. Well, I had a light guy, yeah.
Wow.
They come in. Morning, Shab. How are you?
Morning, Shab.
God, they're really gonna open this at the low. It's crazy.
Please continue on the glasses thing. I am.
Oh, it's the guy from my Discord. He's just trying to be funny, and he's not funny.
Nick is his own light guy.
Nick is his own light guy, yeah. I noticed you changed your light to green.
I don't know. I was like, Kane's green. I'm gonna be green. You want me to go blue?
No, I like no. Put it back to green.
Okay.
Just anything but red, you know.
Oh, you don't like red?
No, not really. I feel like we're about to get on some like spaceship and there's some Star Wars galaxies.
Okay. I'm gonna go green.
Yeah, green it is.
It looks, the color in my picture looks a lot better. The green on the stream, it looks like not as green.
Yeah.
Cameras.
Mine looks very ungreen, actually. Maybe I can turn it on. Let me see. Oh.
Red increases. Okay. I'm not going there.
What does it increase?
You can read it. I'm not going to.
Jeez.
What's your view on NVIDIA prior to their earnings? My view on NVIDIA is they have great video GPUs, and they're a major player in the AI space. That's my view.
Thank you, ChatGPT. Yeah.
I am going to change it based on the day. You're absolutely right. It's just be like, if I come on and it's green or blue, then that means you should sell. If I come on and it's red, that means you should buy.
We should ask Nick. Nick nailed the Chipotle earnings last time.
Oh, he
That's one.
did. He did.
He
Yeah.
did. Nick, Nvidia up or down? How much are they going to be earnings by? Tell us. Our macro. We're going to go over to our macro guy, Nick. I don't change my lights. My lights actually are just green. Can't change them. I couldn't afford a multicolored light like Leo, so I just went with green. Green also might be my favorite color. So yeah, they're really gonna buy this off of the low and send it at the open. I can almost feel it in my bones. Implied move was like 7%, which is kind of crazy when it's at all-time high.
7%.
Yeah, that's what they're pricing
Good
in.
Lord.
Yeah. So will they try and price that in today, or will they just let the earnings do that? Hmm. Is anyone holding Nvidia calls? That's one question I have.
I think if we get like 1,000 likes,
Yeah, we got to beat
me
that
and
record.
you should buy a position in NVIDIA or sell. And we'll post the results of said position. But we have to get 1,000 likes. I'll do it. Are you scared?
Am I scared? I don't know. It doesn't look like something I want to buy up here, though.
I said you could sell.
I also don't want to sell this. The most bullish thing in yeah, this looks like a great sell. 100% off the low. Love that.
Price target 0.
7%. Where would that take it? It would take it to $200 almost. That's a 10% move. Yeah, I'm a pass on that one,
It
boys
would
and girls.
send the markets.
Oh yeah, it would go nuts. You'd see everything back at all-time high.
ES is what? 6508 was the high. Yeah, I mean we're not far, right? Yeah, we're not far.
I really, really just want to find a reason to buy this down here, but this slow move here
These
is
slow
horrible.
grinds into like these areas, I don't
Yeah.
love them. I'd rather wait for the market to open.
Yeah, I agree. Do you ever take positions pre-market?
Yeah, from time to time, I actually bought this little pullback into 64 and covered it up into this little run to the anchored VWAP
Yeah.
this morning. But I don't often do that. I just was, I kind of have this level marked as an area of that I want to be long above it. Just because it's a big inflection point based on what happened yesterday and the volume profile from yesterday. But yeah, I don't really get into pre-market trades just because I think it gives me too much bias going into the actual open.
Yeah, well, that was me yesterday and Monday, actually, long into both. And then as soon as the open opened up and 10 came online, I was like, yeah, we should just sell this, and then fought it for an hour. And then
Yeah.
the sell came at 11 after
Right.
running me out. So yeah, it was not the nicest yesterday.
Yeah, it's
But
tough. It's been tough.
if we do hit this 47, 46, 75 level and rally out of it at the open, I probably will just buy.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, we've already just hit it. So
Hit the buy button, Kane.
Hit the buy button.
Do you remember last time we got you to take a position at the open?
Yeah, I lost money. Yeah, I remember.
With me, you, and Chris.
I forgot about that.
I think we got like 500 likes, and we got Kane to take an open, an opening trade.
What have we got? We've got
not enough.
We've got 41 seconds to get that many likes for me to
that's
even
not gonna
contemplate.
happen.
I don't know. You're doubting them. We're at 300.
Very much. Yeah.
31. It's crazy. George, any factors risk off when you're taking more losses than you normally do? What's the market like? Context is everything. There's not just like a singular factor or like a group of factors. Everything is what is the chart doing at that specific point? Is there news? Is there other conditions? Am I on the street? What? There's just so much. I could go on for like 20 minutes about it. Okay, here we
Hey,
go.
Leo's cap. Somebody has created a profile called Leo's hat cap. Pretty cool.
They didn't spike that low. And now they're running. Love that for me. I don't trust that.
Don't get too concerned about what happened in the first 10 seconds.
No, I know. I just set a parameter for how I would get long was if they spike the low and then send it. And they didn't spike the low. So
This song just hit my playlist like it's hitting so
there we
hard right
go.
now.
Now they hit it.
Oh, they're gonna go a little lower.
Yeah. What's going on with the ES traders at the moment, by the way? Like are they all still in the Hamptons or what?
Must
Like
be.
they're just nowhere to be seen. I I like this actually. I don't necessarily like that, but we could. They run this, I'll take it.
I'm gonna jump in.
552. If it trades, I'll get in. Whoa, it's a bit too big over here. I'll let it buy it on the way up. Yeah.
Don't take me out. Pretty aggressive on some of these pullbacks, the bid, but I want to see him send it.
Yeah, same. I want him to send it with me. I'm in. Okay. I'm actually just going to trail to this low. Seems pretty aggressive, but I actually don't want them to come back. So if they do, I will be out. 5325. So the ES buyers woke the ES sellers up by the looks of it. There she goes. Yes, it's kind of ascending here, at least relatively.
just waiting for a little pop to sell into, honestly. Just take
Yeah,
some quick points on it.
that makes a lot of sense. What does this equate to? 820.
Oh shit, I overcovered. Damn it. All right, whatever.
586.
That's the problem with I've got a hotkey attached to my mouse button, and sometimes
Oh no,
when
yeah,
you
that's
click
annoying.
it once, it acts like a double click. So like I was in 3, I was wanting to take 1 off, and it double clicked me out of 2. So I'm just a 1 lot warrior now.
Well, it's better than taking the whole thing off and watching it run against you, isn't it? Or run in your favor, sorry. You got something on.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I'm also a 1 lot worried, don't worry. I'm trying to get on side with the market before I start giving it more of my money.
Yeah, it's definitely not convincing, but there are buyers.
Yeah, they're present, they're just slow.
Oh, they're gonna stop me out. Just get back in this. Give it a second. All right.
Maybe they just want to buy more down here. That's why they sent it lower.
Get back in the original.
What's your entry?
46.
Okay, yep. Honestly, don't hate it right now. I just don't like the fact that ES is quite a considerable amount higher than NQ.
Mhm. It's been doing that
Like,
lately, and the more that I've given credibility to what ES is doing versus NQ, the more I've been faked out, you know.
well, the trade that rescued me yesterday was actually an ES trade, just taking it on NQ.
Yeah.
Um, and then yeah, ES was six sister all day, and NQ was trying to show its hand, and then ES dragged it down, and then ES suddenly was like, actually, I want to go higher. So they sent it from there. So I don't know. I like watching ES, but like ES is trading basically where I want to get break even on NQ. So I'm probably going to just have to keep mitigating risk here because if this just turns on me here, I really, really don't like it.
Right. Yeah, I
So
mean,
yeah,
it should be easier to get above the 60s than it is.
yes, yeah. Like both times just sold out of here, back into here. Can't even get above the first minute of opening price.
We're stuck in the 5-minute OR.
Yeah, we can't get out of it. Maybe that's just
Nick,
what's going to happen today.
Nick, if I take the 5-minute OR off, can we get out of it?
Yeah, take it off, take it off, take it off. Actually, put it back on. We might go through it to the downside in a second. So leave it on. Once we get above it, then
Take
you
it
can
off.
just take
Okay.
it off. Yeah, take it off.
I'm actually going to take out this zone right here. It's clouding my view.
They came very, very close. I think they're going to grab me now. Yeah, I'm out.
Out.
The reason I trailed so aggressively here is because of this. You can't see it because it's not on my screen, but this is trading way up here, and NQ's like here, and they took me out to the tick. And rest in peace.
Rest in peace, our trade. Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Damn.
I could have actually bet on this and I would have made more money. I just don't trust this. We will wait. We will wait for.
There's no news at 10
It's
a.m.
nothing. There's nothing there, I don't think.
So this is like classic open auction behavior, right? We just chop around. So when you're able to identify that, at the open, best thing for me to do is kind of sit on hands because you can get really chopped up. Wait for a market to make the decision on where it wants to go, and then look for entry in that move, right? So like we're chopping around here. We have this volume profile. We're just stuck right here between 40 and 55. Just let it break and then get on that move, or just give yourself time. There's plenty of time in the day.
Yeah. ES is so smooth, yeah. We stopped Kane by the dip. Yeah, do it. Do it, do it.
We do have some absorption right here on these 40s. I'm gonna jump back in here right at the wrong time. Holy cow.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Do you love it when you jump into a trade and it's just immediately against you?
Honestly, I can only. I remember one time on here, what did I do? I went to buy one and I bought 6. And at that literal moment, Trump tweeted and we jumped like 100 points.
Oh, snap.
Yeah. It absolutely tilted the living life out of me.
They just stopped ran that low and reversed.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I was fearful of, was the ES is still trading at practically the same price, but NQ forgets it's worth anything. So
And Q's angry.
yeah, it's woke up pissed. That's for sure.
Yes, not so much.
I don't really get it when it does this, but I love it really, usually. But on a day like today,
Must be the Dow.
must be the Dow.
Dow's mooning, I bet. YM is full send.
When ES is just doing something, NQ's going lower and Dow's going higher. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm gonna try this long here at 524.
524.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck, brother. Basically back
Thank
off
you.
that low.
Just need some buyers to show up and we can rotate out of this opening range back to the upside.
But if ES is trading above that overnight high and NQ is not
That's
even
so
above its
crazy.
opening range, it's not right now, but if it is, and NQ is below the opening range, that's like a blueprint for a hard skip for me. I won't even touch 10 a.m. at that point. Like, this is still pretty whack. Like, ES is up here right now. NQ is down here. And it's going lower.
There goes two stop outs for me. So I'm going to take a breather.
ES actually just decided to take a little dip. I absolutely hate it when they do this, right? ES is ripping, and this is what I always tell people. It's like when ES is pushing and NQ is, doing the opposite. If they suddenly don't like the price of ES and start to sell it, NQ is just going to fall, right?
Right.
And then we get that 30-point drop in a couple of seconds. Bang. We get it right here. 501. I mean, it's 500s, 23 500s on NQ now. I think it's just a hard wait for the blessed hour for me.
The Kane. We should just call it the Kane hour.
The Kane hour. Peace. Maybe ES buys off the open today, and NQ does something like this, whilst ES is doing this. Buy that reoffer. I don't know. Weird. Not loving it. Nvidia keeps selling off. Yeah.
It's your chance to buy that Nvidia dip for the earnings.
Yeah, you should definitely buy those calls, yeah. No, we didn't hit the like count. What?
Yeah, we
Still
have to have 1,000 likes.
Yeah, 1,000 likes.
I'll do it.
This is tempting.
Go for it.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna wait for something more constructive
Yeah,
personally.
me too. I'm waiting for 10. So until we have 13 minutes. So until then, I'm doing nothing.
The street's calling for Nvidia to go down on earnings.
The what is? The street?
The street. In these streets,
Oh,
bro.
Jane Street or it's in a really rough spot here because for me, if the day closed like this, I'm really bullish ES and I want to see NQ take the low before I get long. And the reality is, it's probably not going to do that. This mark out how this hypothetical long that I am fading right now.
Hypothetical long.
Yeah. Oh,
What?
not great.
What?
Well, ES just took a little blip. I think it just dropped a whole. It basically
points.
dropped 4 points in a second or whatever.
I mean, that's classic opening range, break and retest.
It actually dropped
my
4 points in a second.
my actual chart. I'm just gonna refresh. You see what that green line is?
Let me see. Let me come over to screen.
What do we test?
The mid.
The
No,
anchor
the VWAP.
VWAP
The anchor VWAP.
from
Yeah,
the
sorry.
high.
There's too many green lines. Kidding.
There's like
Kidding.
3.
I know. That's why I said kidding. Okay.
Weekly VWAP is right there too. So that's kind of interesting that we just ran up to it and slammed.
Yeah.
Even like with all this selling, I'm not super bearish yet.
There's a lot of selling though. I'm also not super bearish. I don't know. It's gonna be a day where I fade myself.
Fade yourself by getting.
No, like as in I want a long and I'm finding it hard to find a reason to get long now. I too like to marry my daily bias. Thinking about what saying someone told me yesterday. ES is going to swing in Q1 and I'll swing
I mean,
myself out the window.
it's a hard thing to shake is the bias of one direction. Like if you're gonna, you're kind of like locked into kind of a specific frame of mind. It's hard to get shaken out of it.
TJIs is incredibly bullish. TJIs? What's TJIs?
What's TGIs?
TG, TJ, T something?
What is that?
Don't know. ES is going to swing NQ1 and then I'll swing myself out the window. It's so funny. Oh, this is incredibly bullish. It means this. Yes. Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I'm not bearish yet, even though the market activity is pretty bearish right now.
At what point do we just accept defeat and just send it to zero? Basically coming out of that area that I bought yesterday and got long on. Maybe we just retry that.
And I wonder if I'm having an internet problem.
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. I'm good. It's just
There's
my
a lot of
computer's
red on your
acting weird.
chart.
There's a lot of selling.
Interesting.
All the red is representative of all of the selling. I like to see all of that delta at the lows. It's just more fuel for the upside as per my long or meme. Surprised Kane does not use Delta Map. Who said he doesn't?
Big bold assumption from the chat.
Yeah. Kana's Super Bowl. Okay.
On buying all of the dips.
Good morning. Good morning. When you take a trade at 6 a.m. or 10 a.m., do you allow a certain time to stay in the trade?
They're asking me that, aren't they?
I mean, those are your times.
Yeah, so 6 a.m. I like, for example, today's trade. It's was what today? What time was today's trade? 4, so no, and then 6 took out the high and then trade away from. Would I allow myself certain time to spend the trade? Yeah, the full at 4 hours basically. I'll try and stay in that trade till 10. So yeah, that's typically what I'll do. And I missed this. How did I do that? Oh, I missed it right there.
there'll be a spot to get on this if it's going to keep going.
Yeah, the problem is that I'm in this really difficult spot. Is that I imagine ES is just going to buy out of here at 10, and I want to try and be positioned before 10 and be break
right.
even, allowing it to then give me another chance. And if it runs, it runs. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And now I'm going to be sat here with my long tool in my hand, watching it go.
Your long tail.
My long tool, as in the long tool on TradingView.
Hmm.
Hmm. So we have 1,500 people in here.
This is my
And we have
this is my textbook trade, Kane.
Yeah, I know.
I just
You should
missed
take it. I wouldn't fade it.
I'm not gonna buy it. I'm just saying that I just literally noticed.
Oh, I noticed it as well.
It's right there, right in my face. Do you
And
love it
you
when you're like some of your best trades are just like boom? Look at me.
it'd be tough to take it today, would you think?
No,
Did you take it?
no, I didn't take it. I'm just saying I was a space cadet.
Oh, okay. So it's not tough to take it, but you didn't take it.
Kane, I wasn't even
I
really
know.
paying attention.
I get that. I hate that for you and for yeah.
I gotta get locked in.
You've got to lock in, yeah. Also, it's like it's a higher area of confidence. Back testing overnight low, 5-minute mid.
Yeah, that's an A+ trade. I mean, you TP right here. We've already tagged it, and then you what we're doing right now. Yeah, you just kind of cover the rest of it, but you would look for a retest of the low. ES gave a long off the OR mid, and NQ gave a short off the OR mid.
Yeah. That's why I was saying, is it tough to take it?
Every time, like on Monday, I was just looking for ES to take out that low, and took a couple of NQ shorts for that ES, basically trading ES for trading NQ to take out that ES low, and it never happened.
Hmm.
I just that divergence, those divergence plays, just like haven't been working out that well for me. Like you said, you took a trade in NQ yesterday for an ES position, basically.
Yeah.
And it worked for you, but for whatever reason, it hasn't been working for me.
It's like here for the exact same thing. ES is giving me longs now at 10, and NQ is telling me I can only short. So now I'm just stuck between a hard place and a rock.
A rock and a hard place.
Hard place and a rock.
Yesterday's low, the draw.
They will pull the
Pretty
orders
far
fast.
down there.
Why is NQ telling me short? The 6 a.m. candle looks like this.
Might as well wait till 10 because it's only 1 minute away.
It's doing time for me. 1 minute and 7 seconds. Yeah. Chat, what do you think? More downside, Crypto John? Can we all just full port longs and move the market? I think you'd probably find it would have the opposite effect.
Probably. They watch the stream.
Exactly, yeah. Long CL, looking decent. It's a hard pass from me. We could always go trade Platinum.
What other markets have you traded besides ES and NQ, like on a regular basis?
I've actually never, ever, ever once traded ES.
You've never traded ES,
Not even
so
once.
only NQ.
I only traded NQ, yeah.
Okay. This looks pretty
Baptism by
constructive,
fire.
honestly.
I mean, I could trade ES. I just don't have that much patience for it.
Same.
It's kind of playing. How many likes for Kane to trade ES for a week? 25,000
25,000 likes.
today.
Wow.
And they have to be real. You can't go buy them. Sorry. I know someone did that once. So, would you ever
Who do you
even
think
now
did
if
it?
you?
Do you think it was Nick or XY?
I think it's probably Nick, honestly.
Probably.
Hmm.
540 seller needs to F off. There's a lot of absorption right here. I'm not going to take this 5-minute mid short. It's already kind of played out, like
Yeah.
you would just kind of have to be positioned for it. I'm actually looking at this low as being pretty constructive. And so I'm trying to look for a good opportunity to get long. I don't love it right here at this spot just because I don't think like for me, just the way the market's opened, I'd rather just wait for a better pullback into the 16 to 15 range, I guess.
Hmm.
ES has a lot of the same absorption that NQ has. But it's definitely stronger, and that makes sense with what the Dow is doing.
My homies hate the Dow.
Just want a little lower, guys.
Or like 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1925 for me. It's the only area I would consider it right now. If not, it's just such a rough spot. And again, I'm purely trading ES. Where would you be? I mean, you'd be break even now for anyone that did take it. Hmm. It's not looking too pretty.
Um, bad entry, but I'm gonna take the 36. I think it's God, that's such a bad price I got.
What's the orange box? The orange box is 30-second open range. Okay, and I understand that the early candle, but if you look at NQ's 2 minutes, quite bottoming tail and then push up, feels to me if large stock and video moves up, NQ could make a new high of the day. Oh, sounds almost like a sure bet. You both look the same. Thank you. Like this long. If they give 1925 again, I'll take it, but I'm not gonna chase it if they don't. Did you get in?
Yeah. I hate it.
36. Yeah. Your stop is where I want to get in. I hate that. But the reclaim of the overnight low is it's looking bottomy. Stage one, stage two, run up, ride the anchor VWAP. Yeah, I mean it looks pretty good. Just you probably want to be in on a lower instead.
Even if I was in from 30, that would be better.
Yeah.
Just so much absorption here that it's going to have me ready to pull the trigger a little sooner than I normally would.
Leave me. Oh well. Did you say that long on the funded? Okay, let's see. I got an hour in cup. We go. Never like trading these slow, grindy markets. That's not true. Some people really like trading grindy
Still love
markets.
one thing still loves is a slow and grinding market.
Yeah, there's the pop you wanted, I guess.
Yeah.
36 is the 50s. Yes. LE paying today. I'll take 560. I'm out.
Took one.
Not for me anymore, especially when this is tagged.
So you wouldn't buy in the 20s again?
Nah. I need to find a. I mean, I don't think there's a radio way for me to get into this.
Yeah.
I mean, your entry at 36 is actually probably the only entry I could have taken, but
Yeah.
I don't want it. I really don't want it. Yeah, 36 is actually spot on. Yeah. I think it's just one of those days I have to do nothing.
Time to sit back, relax, and let this market move.
Yeah.
God, this whole little range has just been a little problem.
I mean, bro, like, yes is 4 points away from the overnight high, and NQ's not even above its opening price. Well, it's above its opening price. That's a lie. It's not above the opening range, the high of the open.
Our vol has actually come up.
What's that now?
80, 82.
Nvidia will do that, I guess.
That's a good sign. I mean, for, maybe some later price action participations coming in. Nothing days are great days. I go soak up the cosmic rays and ponder stuff.
I mean, I'd rather be in the trade than doing nothing, that's for sure. You should do a tombstone pile driver now around this area. Um, but if I can't do anything for the next 4 like hour minimum, I have to find a way to either get long or wait for the low, and I can't do either, really, because that's like I can infinitely try to long this, and if it just keeps going lower, the only thing I then do is long. It's like all scenarios point to long. When that happens, I can't be wrong. It's just I longed in the wrong area. No, that doesn't make sense to me. So yeah.
What are you saying?
What am I saying? I'm saying for example, ES is telling me I should long, right? But NQ, I have to wait for the low. So if I start to long NQ here, I can long NQ all the way until the low. And then when the low's taken, the next thing in my mind, I go, if I'm wrong, what do? I continue to long. So there's this constant thing where I just continually long. There's no invalidation for longs for me right here. I can't long. Does that make sense?
What?
Because
So why isn't there an validation for a long?
Because if NQ, well, the invalidation for me would be sub whatever. I would need to wait for the low to get taken on NQ to get long on NQ. However, ES already basically created the swing that I want to see on NQ. So for me,
to get long ES and short NQ.
No, why would I do that? This is dumb. I know
It'd
you're
be the
kidding,
first time
but
you traded ES ever
just a
on
hedge,
stream.
just a hedge. Yeah, I'm not trading ES. It's not happening. I don't want them. Yeah.
Where are
One
you
day,
looking at RVol market? Yeah, so our relative volume is just a measure of volume right now compared to the same time period over the last 10 days or 7 days or whatever. I use a 10-day look back. So then you build up a ratio of what today's volume is compared to the prior 10-day averages over that same duration of time. Where can I see an updated live RVol? Only see the one in OFL 15 minutes before the open. It depends on what. Let's see if I can pull this up real quick. For Ninja, let's see if we have it in here. Relative volume. Hope this doesn't break my chart. Okay, so do you hard to oh, you can't see it. There's none of days loaded. Okay, so if you have NinjaTrader, we have and I don't have enough days loaded on this specific chart. I don't want to mess with that right now since I'm live in a trade. But there's an MGI statistics study that has the overnight range, initial balance, RTH range, the 5-minute OR, ETH value area, or RTH value area, and it has relative volume. So you can use that for NinjaTrader. It's like a statistics page. I would bet you could put it on a like a quote board too. This is just going to grind higher all day, isn't it? I hope so. I'd love to
yeah.
hold this trade for some duration and let those morning stop outs, get taken care of.
Yeah, Yeah. That 23,500 level is nice in that run. Yeah, it's very, very, very clean, actually, in hindsight.
It was yesterday's or mid, just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know.
It's right there. You see it?
I literally said this is the area I bought yesterday. Maybe I just buy this and make money again.
Yeah.
So
Honestly, the only reason I didn't jump in there is because I took those two, back-to-back stop outs. I wanted to give myself an opportunity to like not be dumb.
yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, it's now above the opening range.
Let's see. Let's see. We have a ways to go before we get to 620s.
Yeah.
But for me, this will be an interesting play because if I hold this and we run to 620s and we run right through it, that's gonna be a spot for me to just get bigger in this trade. Otherwise, for me, I'm just gonna I'm more inclined to just sit in this and just let it work. Because for me,
Yeah.
on the higher time frame, that's that inflection point, right? That's the blue box.
Yeah, it would be a nasty trade.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
So something we talk about a lot, Kane, is the initial balance. That's the first hour of the session.
Yeah.
Is that a reference point for you at all?
Not really. I just know people care about it. So
Do you mark it out?
never.
Okay. So it's not in your playbook or you don't care about it.
No, not really, because I was short like prior or long prior to 10:30.
Yeah.
And I'll like fade that initial balance trade before it even happens.
Right.
So like everyone that I guess trades the initial balance, they either trade the break or the look above and fail, right? That's like their playbook trades, or am I completely in the West there?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then
I'll
I
use
just
them for targets as well. So like if we
yeah.
haven't tagged the initial balance, there's a pretty high probability that we'll tag it. So if we haven't tagged it, it hasn't been taken out, and I get a trade set up in that direction, I'll use that for targets.
So
This is where
ES
that's selling.
is
This is where that selling came in at this morning.
yeah, ES is 2 points away from
No, it's
overnight high.
definitely gonna tag it. Nothing but buying since 8:52, 8 minutes before 10 or 9:10. Everything I say is in central time. So
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I get it.
I'm always trying to convert for you EST folks.
Well, I'm always trying to convert for EST folks as well. So,
Well, I think that's like your natural language, right? EST.
yeah, when I speak US times, I naturally speak EST. Yeah.
Don't you usually not move the stop? I haven't touched it, but at this point, there's really no reason to not move it. I would take myself out of this trade before we came all the way back to 27. So there's no reason for me to, move it up other than just like semantics of, well, my stop is, here now. Because the reality is I would take myself out of this trade before we came all the way back. Hopefully. What would you make? You see your current trade invalidated. What would make you see your trade invalidated? My current trade really isn't invalidated unless we reject somewhere and start to trade back into the OR. So if you look at just from a pure volume perspective, as well as what happened at this OR, if we start trading back in here, then it's invalid, in my opinion. We can trade all we want up in this range, and maybe I can look for some ads even, but until we come back
Fine.
into this OR, it's still good. Send it.
Yeah.
There's the overnight high in ES.
Yeah. That makes me fucking bearish.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad spot because the week open is here and prior day high. So, I
Yeah.
mean, you could theory take that short, but I mean, nothing but buying. Look,
I know. I
all
don't
of
get
this
me
is
wrong.
just,
I know.
they're just buying it
I
with
know.
both
I know. I
hands.
know. Yeah. They'll start selling it with both hands once it starts to rotate, though.
I mean, sure, of course. There's some selling coming in right now.
And everyone's going to say, sell it on the way down, Kane. No, I like picking tops. Okay. I enjoy it.
Does it make you feel something?
Yeah, pain. Yeah. No, not really. I like to be right quicker and wrong quicker. So just picking tops typically allows me to do that. Kane is bearish since the last 100 points on NQ. Uh, Wrong, but sure, you think you know me better than me. You do you?
Let's go see what's up at 620.
I don't have anger. I chose not to take the trade, right? I just annoyingly the model now tells me that we should short back to the low, and I don't want to do that. That's the really annoying thing. Like I said, ES overnight high. Um, there is a 4-hour swing, but we've already traded above it. Hourly high on NQ. No 4-hour swing below. Like naturally, I just have to fade it, and I'd fade it once and then just walk away. But I think I'm just sliding on not doing anything, which is what I was contemplating. Yeah, it's a great trade from you there.
Oh, thanks, man. I didn't really love the trade when I got in it, but
I know. I remember you saying I'm about to take a bad entry.
That's what it is.
It's pretty much the bottom. Yeah. Elliot, what makes you close the position? When are you going to get out of it?
I mean, I'm really targeting 620s and I want to see what happens there. If we reject off 620, I'll get out. But if we
Yeah.
accelerate through it and backtest it, I would just add to it.
It's the best feeling ever, isn't it? When you get a really low entry and then you add higher up and your invalidation for the trade is now the midpoint between the two.
Right.
Or, whatever.
There's your sellers from the week open.
If we don't make it a 620, then what?
I'm gonna hate my life.
He'll close
It's
before
simple.
it goes back to him. And he's also taken profit along the way, right? Like it's not. Just hate myself.
For not taking the short?
No, because I'm framing the short. I just
Should
know it's gonna hurt.
take your trade.
It's gonna hurt. Yeah, I know I should, but
Everyone's telling you SMT.
I know what everyone's telling me to do.
IVG,
Ignore them. Ignore them. That's not the problem. The problem is I can see that we are fading a lot of buying here. And on a day like today, context is important.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a logical area of resistance. Prior to yesterday's high, the week open. Um, you know, two very important areas of MGI for at least for me. Kane, I have a question though.
Sure.
Stowe said he's going to trade an ICT concept.
What, a singular one?
What, I guess.
Lucky him.
What do you think will be the one that he ends up deciding to trade?
Order blocks.
Order blocks.
Yeah.
Tell me about order blocks.
So, like, for example, if we look on my screen,
Let's go full size on Kane's screen. So I want to see.
You don't actually have to do that. It's fine. It's fine. I can just show you on the right. It's easy. This here makes the low. And then trades away from it, trades back into it, this reoffer, and then pushes away. And this is what a lot would say is an order block. You can use this, you can use the body, you can use a lot of things. And if I put this indicator on, there'll be a nice blue line there marking this sweep, this basically closure above this area.
So is that a bullish order block then, I assume?
It's a bullish order block, yeah. So that makes this a bullish order block. Okay. And I imagine that's all Stowe will trade. These bullish order blocks.
Bullish order blocks.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, but this is just a really clean example of one actually where I should have got long. But for a different reason. So but yeah. That I imagine that's what he'll trade. So change their delivery and order blocks. Which is pretty foolproof. You have a really good invalidation.
Yeah.
So the low. Okay, let's jump in a short trade here. Yeah, just short it without any breakdown. Sounds like a lot of pain. I don't like pain that much.
1,000 likes on Leo trades. Kane strat for a month. I'll do it. I like Kane's strategy. I'll just mix in order flow with it.
Yeah, exactly. And also, most of the time we get the same entry, well, similar entries. You normally get a better entry than me, so.
You said that.
It's true. It's true.
I think the way that you position yourself into the trades that you take, it requires you to basically have an entry that's after a low or a high has been made, right?
Yeah, always.
So I'm a little different, and I'm willing to
buy
into the low or sell into the high. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, what like today? Do you see this absorption at like this 500 level with
here?
Like yesterday, like today, with the Friday open, etc. You will most likely at that point go, yeah, I like this, and I don't mind being wrong here,
right?
Because it just turns into a monster, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is the same logic for me. I don't mind being I don't mind being a little bit wrong on those moves, like paper cuts down, because when you do get it, that entry, I mean, like today, you risk, I don't know, 31 points, and today we just made 80. I'm cool with that. 3 hours, fine.
Yeah,
but today, it's just so messed. The divergence really threw me.
Right. I think one thing that's encouraging here is that we're building volume right here, getting some two-way trade. So, somebody asked what would invalidate my trade. I would like to see us stay above 88. Now, if we breach it by a couple of points or two, that's not a problem. But the idea here is that if you look at this leg profile, we have a build, push, build, push, build, big push, and now a build. And so I want to see and follow that. I want to see that continue. If we have this build and we break, then I start to get a little leery about staying in the trade. So now we're getting kind of some market context to more or less guide me along this trade with the volume coming through on this leg as we push. Can barely see anything on Leo's chart. Looks pretty good to me.
Hmm.
I think the market just wants to go challenge that 620 area.
Yeah, I took one shot at the short and I'm done. It was kind of,
Oh, you did?
yeah, I took literally shorted the, what did I short? Um, 9775, but immediately just rebid out of that area.
Yeah.
And I was kind of expecting some better push from ES, especially when it closed like it did. But
ES is just under its week open where NQ
yeah,
is starting to get above it. Heck of a lockout trade from basically 44 all the way up to these 06s. I mean, it's
yeah,
really hard to get long into this move.
it's okay. Like for me, it was more of a if I don't try it and it plays out, I'll kick myself even more. So
Right. Yeah, for
I
sure.
just take one stab at it, doesn't play, move on with
And
my life, accept
and
it's
that's
bullish.
that's like, for me, that's like confidence in your system and your strategy, right? It's like sometimes you're
Yeah.
going to take those trades just to reinforce the fact that like, hey, this is your strategy. You're going to take the position. Even when you have some of that context that you mentioned earlier that was kind of against it.
Well, there's just been a few times, right, where I don't take trades because of, I don't know, taking a loss on the day, whatever, and then it plays
Yeah.
out, and I'm
Right.
like, well, I'm a fucking idiot today,
Right.
and like whatever. So I just I just chill, and I just take the trade. 1 minute it plays, I make some money. If not, I walk away and just leave it. And especially on a day like today, I don't want to be sat here trying to fight the market into Nvidia earnings throughout the whole day like I have done the last 2 days. Like I'm bored of it.
Yeah. Crude oil report from Tracy.
That's the
Negative
breach of price.
2.3 million barrels.
It's it's so funny. So that the moment you just buy it, aggressive ES buying at the highs, no continuation yet, possible short incoming. Hmm. Up or down, I guess. Who would have knew? Who would know? Imagine they close it at the high and then send it higher today
That would be
after
so painful for a lot of people, I think.
so painful. Basically lock everyone out for the week, especially if it moves 7% because NQ would almost certainly
New,
be trading
yeah, it would,
at the high.
new highs. Yeah.
Yeah. ES pushed, NQ failed to make the push. They're switching again.
Big round numbers, not too far away. NES 6,500.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 8 points feels like a marathon away from today, bro.
I'm here for it.
We're up 20. You're basically asking it to go a whole nother 50%.
Is it really?
Yeah,
This is
it's
that
like,
bad.
bro, it's fucking
I'm
74
ready.
to 92.
I'm
It's not
ready
even
for
up 20.
summertime trading to be
It's up
over.
18
Yeah.
points from the
I'm so
low.
ready for this market to start moving again.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
What's
yeah.
the range on the day? Does anybody have the range on the day?
Yeah, it's 20
Let's see.
points.
No, for NQ. For NQ.
Oh, NQ is what? Would be from 500 to 600, we're up 100 points, yeah.
121.
Oh, yeah, sorry, we went to 88. Oh, no, sorry, wait, you got to take, well, you don't know.
121.
The RTH is
RTH
21.
range.
Yeah,
RTH
yeah,
range.
yeah. Yeah.
That's it. 120 points.
I know. It's
That is
crazy, isn't it?
nothing.
Yeah, but NQ, ES can definitely make another 50% move higher for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm obviously kidding a little bit, but um, especially when it's like when it's 10 points off of like a big round number like 6,500, you typically just see them retrace push, and it's just slow at that
Yeah.
point.
Right.
Yeah, and then the thing is everyone looks at this and goes, "Oh, when this breaks, it's over." And then when it breaks and does this, everyone's like, "Fuck." And that's all it waits for. Sellers to engage, buyers to buy, game, set, match.
Speaking of set match, did you play some
I
paddle?
played paddle this morning. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Is that the same thing as tennis? Or
It's
is
just like
it
tennis in a cage, I guess.
explain? Because we have like all of our tennis courts are in a cage, I think.
Yeah, but like the back of the court is a piece of glass. You can't like there's no when you're in the cage, there's no out or anything like that.
Oh, it's like pickleball.
Yeah, so like pickleball in a cage, yeah, more or less, yeah. So, but the rules are similar to pickleball, but there's no kitchen. Um,
Is there a sink?
there's a term in pickleball called the kitchen, right?
Yeah,
It's
there
like
is.
yeah, good. So there's no kitchen, and you can't volley a return. You can volley the return. I'm trying to think of the rules of pickleball quickly. But like, and then in paddle is you can play it off the glass. And if, for example, say the ball bounces, hits the glass, and then you return it, that's allowed. And say like you smash it at me, and then I don't know, for whatever reason, it bounces off my racket onto the glass and then back over to your side. That's you should just play that. So
Mm.
I'm probably really bad at explaining it, but you play it once, you pick up the rules pretty quick.
Do you play often?
No, because there hasn't been a paddle court around near me for the longest time. But they just opened one like 20 minutes down the road. And also you need four people. You can't play that one on one. The court's too big. So yeah, you need four people. So yeah, three of us, and then we normally just look for a fourth, but one of our friends is off. So
Gotcha.
we did that, yeah.
A lot of absorption in ES right here at these highs. But
Yeah, they're going nowhere.
they're going, sellers aren't getting anywhere either. So there's two parts to that story.
Yeah,
There's
which way does
still
it go?
nobody's really off sides yet.
It's just a range. There you go, Grishka. You just answered the question. How do you read the consolidation? Well, after a lot of buying, and it's slowly grinding up, right? It's still making new highs, not making lows. Buyers seem like they're in control. Um, but yeah, I mean, this slow price action just tells you there are more sellers here than there were here, and that's really all. And then
10
what is
points
that?
away from our master,
Yeah, that's
620.
620. I'm really shocked how aggressive they sold it this morning.
Yeah, same.
It was a bit. And I just expected them to just smash through it, go back through it straight at the open, like ES did. You bought ES at the open.
Yeah,
You were way back.
you were
above
good.
you were good. Yeah,
We were in
yeah.
the wrong market.
We were in the wrong market today. Well, I'm in the wrong market every day. Actually, that's a lie. I'm just in the same market every day.
So you've traded no other futures markets, right?
I've traded oil, gold,
Okay.
silver. Yeah, even 61, but like I just don't. I don't know. It's a superstition, I guess, at this point. I don't want to trade ES. Um, yeah,
That pushing in cube is not really
good.
some of these moves. You just kind of hate them because it's like that looks like such a great short setup, especially these little channels after a big impulse. I've talked about that on a couple of streams. It's something I look for a short setup is that you get these like pretty large impulse moves followed by this like upwards channel.
Yeah. So the thing for me, actually, when we get these impulse moves, and I haven't heard you speak about it. When we do this, I actually expect this. This is the move I expect. Like they're just
Oh, really? They
setting a
just send
low
it. Yeah.
and they send it out of here. Because most of the time, like, you don't want to give back money. So what happens is you trail under one of these lows. So all they do is
Right.
they just run out one of these lows, see a ton of people getting stopped, buyers, whatever.
Right.
Same thing. And then they do this, give everyone the reoffer, and then they just push it through and then
And
stop
slam
everyone
them
out and
out.
just
Yeah.
send them out. Yeah.
Right.
That's like something I actually look for.
Mhm.
Especially when I'm in for lower. When I see this, I'm like, yeah, I'm chilling. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just like, for example, if I was in with you, so from 36, my stop would just be at the opening range, like the high of this range now. Because one, I don't want to let it come all the way back to it. So, and also if it plays off of here, I just normally get a reoffer here. So it's like protection if we just fall through, I can then reoffer down here. And if not, and it reoffers here, then I would just play it and then just take my money, use the money to get back in, new invalidation, new entry, new target. So yeah, I actually really like this channel up here because typically everyone looks for the same thing. Like I said, we break this, we come for all of this, and actually everyone gets short. Buyers just buy all of this selling up and then send it. Obviously, it doesn't
Right.
happen 100% of the time, just like anything in the market, but that's something I look for.
It's interesting that we see the same pattern and have two opposite trade ideas from it.
Yeah. But this is the opposite end of that, right?
Yeah,
Look,
that happens for sure. I've been in the trade that gets stopped out from it.
but like this is the opposite end of this, right? So this is
Yeah.
the channel going up, and then this is the spike to the high. ES actually made a did it fail to make a high. So this is just telling me there's selling going on here. Am I fading it? No. Like I don't want to do that, especially
Yeah.
after this. Why am I going to fight this? I
Right.
tried once. The model told me to fade it. Faded it. I'm wrong. I'm not a dog. I don't need to be told consistently I'm wrong. You know, I'm wrong and I'll leave it.
So you're more of a cat guy.
More of a tiger guy, to be honest.
Ooh,
Smooth, right?
God's lips to my ears.
Jeez. Yeah. And now the break might happen, and then we'll see. So but I'm not interested in it. They already sent it. Now it's time to slam it. Yeah, but that's the whole logic, right? I really subscribe to, I guess the term is market maker theory. It's just that most people want the same thing and most people are wrong.
Makes sense.
What tiger? Leo the tiger. No, I'm kidding. Um, Leo, can you please explain how do you see the volume of traders wanting to buy so that you know whether the move will continue or whether it will stop? Is it just with Delta?
So it's two things. There's delta, which is what we're seeing. You know, we have a bunch of absorption up here, and it's consolidation. So sideways price action. So this, for me, is enough to, you know, be cautious. Like, I'm not going to add here. I'm not going to get long here. I'm not going to short it because I don't want to flip my position. But you know, this poke above, like as it happened, I kind of hated it. And you know, now we're seeing some pretty aggressive selling. But the two you know, if it was a math equation, it would just be lots of positive delta, no price movement, no price movement forward. So I talked about this. I want to see this hold. And if it doesn't, I'm just gonna get out.
Never wrong. I'm just early, chat.
What?
I saw someone tweet something yesterday. It was like, I'm never wrong. I'm just early.
Kane, where are your glasses from? Great question. He already covered that, and he's buying everybody in the lab a pair of the glasses.
Yeah. Yeah. That is again, that's fake news.
Can you explain your continuation entry? In the moment of entry, there was a bunch of buying, but price didn't move, sign of absorption. It was, and I talked about that as being kind of a one of the reasons I hated the trade that I got in. But I was trying to buy. We actually tagged like 28s, and that's where I wanted, but it just like I didn't hit the button fast enough. So by the time I got into the trade, we were in that absorption that you're pointing out. And I just had to accept the fact that my entry was just going to have to be subpar at the moment. I never lost a game. I just ran out of time. That's funny.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Facts.
You can only lose if you quit. Oh, this is a good question. Kane, are you fully an ICT trader or do you use a mix of your own stuff too?
I think this is what a lot of people really fail to understand is that a lot of the concepts that have been branded this way are just concepts that are, I guess, have existed for a long time. So sure, I
Correct.
answer this
Yeah.
question the same way. If I call them things from an ICT concept perspective, it's because it's probably easier for me to do that everyone understands it. So yes and no. Yes, but I guess through court of public opinion, no, because this is not where I really learned it. I did take some things from, I guess, people that learned from ICT. You know, like standard deviations. Like again, they're not a thing I really used before. And someone that learned from ICT, I actually learned from that person about them. So, like I said, yes, but no. Most of my trading stuff is pretty simple. It's just 50% retracements. So if Michael coded the markets this way, you know, when he was abducted that one time by the men in the black van, then sure.
Mhm.
But you know, yes, but yes,
Leo,
sure.
the dude, check this username out. It's
Which one?
The Leo Kane bromance username.
Where is that?
Says Leo
Uh,
Kane bromance. What's up, team? I mean, I gotta respect it.
am I just absolutely blind?
Do you think he coded the market, Kane?
No, God no. What? That's funny.
Somebody
Pineapple
has to
on.
ask the important question. Do not put pineapple on pizza. Don't
Yeah,
even mention it.
I definitely will get you abducted by the men in the black van if you do that. Bro, I can't find. Oh, Leo Kane Bromance. What's up, team? Yeah, sorry. I was looking at this guy. I was like, what? I can't see
Bro,
it.
like, what's going on?
We should mod that guy. Uh, do you guys think we could retest 480s? I mean, look, we can do anything, right? Do I
Please
think
no.
it's also
Why?
are
Why
you
would
are
you
you
talk like
asking
that?
he's asking for 480s on ES for sure. There's no way he's asking for 480s on NQ.
Oh, it's a slippery slope there. I would rather buy, just like looking at the profile,
I actually wouldn't
I'd
mind
rather buy
480s.
483 than 480s.
I'd rather buy 481. In fact, 481.25.
You're just making shit up now.
No, that's the 5 minute low and 50%. Not
Oh.
making that up. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's logic to the madness, you know? Just
Leo
coded that
Kane
way.
bromance assisted with coding the market, combined order flow with hot garbage, and made the best gambling product of the century. You should send me a DM so that we can profit off of that.
Yeah.
Me and
I mean,
Kane, since
I'm
it's our
keen.
bromance.
Yeah, I'll send you any amount of money you want.
Any amount.
Obviously, it seems like a sure bet. Why wouldn't I do that?
Fair enough. Tomato
Tomo-
is a fruit.
It is, right?
I love the way the chat has turned. Oh my. What happened to
Fruit
my
doesn't belong on pizza. Yeah, but honestly, I think if you put like actual full-blown tomatoes on a pizza and not just the sauce, you also might belong in I don't know. Also, the people that have like tomatoes, like a tomato base, and then put tomatoes on, just grow up. Pick one.
tomato base?
What's your opinion on tiramisu?
Gross.
Thank you. Thank you. Most overrated dessert of the century.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. When the beats come on, you just have to get with it. But hey, XY, I see him in the green room. And
He's
Kane, they're
there.
telling he's ready to share.
He's ready to share. I'm gonna stop my stream. Yeah. Give me a second. Sorry. Because I'm not doing anything here. Um,
Most overappreciated and underwhelming dessert. Tiramisu is just not my jam.
I think the
I mean,
FBI did
it's
something with
okay.
this and made tiramisu popular. Because honestly, I think
Cheese.
when
Okay, go ahead.
I press people on it, no one really sticks up for it.
What do you have to stand on?
Me, I think it's fucking ass, bro. I
No,
think it's
I
horrible.
do. I
Yeah.
absolutely agree with you. But if you're a tiramisu lover, what about it is so great? It's basically like a pudding with a hard cover.
And the thing is, everyone's like, chocolate tiramisu is good. Yeah, because you like chocolate. Or Oreo tiramisu is good. Yeah, because you like Oreos. Just take out the tiramisu and you still like the other thing. So it's like, yeah.
Now, cheesecake, on the other hand, you put a cheesecake in front of me, I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah. I don't mind cheesecake. I'm a brownie guy. Like a good brownie for
Oh,
dessert with some
okay.
cream. Yeah, fuck. That's nice. I can fuck with that. So we got up to these 615s and just the market's not liking it. Now ES is pushing
Just
out of
chilling.
that channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
ES is doing that thing that, well, I guess that, run those lows, take it back, take out all the lows, and then just rebuy it up. And now everyone's probably going to get squeezed out of this.
I would like for that squeeze to happen so that we can take out the overnight. Hello, the overnight.
Honestly,
high.
they could just send it to all-time high now and just leave NVIDIA
That's fine.
earnings
That's fine with me.
sidelined. Yeah, it's
that's
fine with me
with
as well, honestly. Plain cheesecake, no fruit. Yeah. Same, actually. Not really a fruit lover in general.
Hey, before XYZ comes on, he's got like 5 minutes. Just everybody smash that like button. We got to dry him out of his like opportunities.
Yeah.
Front running him. Just pound it.
He gets enough, right? He's on like so much.
He gets
now.
enough likes. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
on all the time. Like, let's not let his ego get a little too big, chat. Let's drain all the likes out. There's 1,500 of you here, 550 likes. That's only 30%. Do you include the overnight session in your volume profile? I don't.
Well,
I'll
I'm
refer
waiting for-
to it on a different chart just so that I can see what happened. But I don't. This volume profile is from the RTH session.
Yeah, we're front running the likes. The liquidity's here.
Front run the likes. The problem is nobody's hitting the button. Oh, we did. Okay, 650. Okay, cool. Sick.
What I'm waiting for is XY to share his screen so we can all sit, so I can see where he's long from.
He's not long.
Oh, is he not?
He didn't. He wasn't awake when all of this happened down here. And I know he's not long.
He is.
He is.
I knew it.
Surprise, surprise.
Hello.
Maybe I'm not. Oh, hold on.
He is
Yeah, right.
long, yeah.
Hold on.
Oh,
I
snap.
I heard we're doing sunglasses today.
I've got to bring mine. Why didn't I didn't get the memo?
Yeah, only the cool kids got that one.
How do you determine tick size settings, ticks per box for TPO charts? And in Q, I use one tick. I don't need to see the letters on a market profile chart. I can look at the structure. I know what the letters are.
You trying to trail out of this?
Me? I mean,
yeah, it's working.
I want to see those 620s tested.
Yeah.
Period.
What about you, XY? What do you think? Trying to go for them 630s overnight high?
I just wanted 613. That's where like a taper is on the high time frame. So 620, that's Stowe's beef and nothing to do with me.
I'm taking on Stowe's beef.
He's
Stowe's
cool with
not
me.
here. I know he's off today. He's not even trading.
Wow.
Stowe?
Yeah.
He's gonna really hate himself.
So I was long.
I'm taking the
out.
spite. I'm spite holding this for Stowe.
I'm just
You and XY tag teaming in key longs. Crazy.
Yeah, mine was late because, as Leo said, woke up late.
Yeah, you got balls though. You just longed the VWAP. Or
I know. So I was like, I'm not sure about this because VWAP, and then VWAP sold, right? They offered it. And then
Wait.
they failed the offer. So once they failed the offer, I was like, it's over. We're going to infinity.
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 That's crazy.
Where did you get in?
24-hour VWAP.
Average now, my last ones are like at 560-ish, 59.
How did you get in that move?
Well, if you look at this, right, VWAP is right here. And I was like, okay, maybe they offer VWAP. And they tried to, and then they failed it. So on the way back, I just started getting long. These are my last longs right here. But yeah, I was like, if they're not going to hold VWAP, I mean, on a high time frame, we've only got one way to go. And it's up here to this low volume area, 615s.
Mad respect for that entry, bro.
Well, my thing was like the entry was what, 10 points risk, if even. So
yeah, because basically you're just saying like if it fails that OR breakout, you're just out.
Right. If I'm willing to bet 10 points on 7 lots that this isn't going lower and we go higher. So the bet paid off. I mean, worst case scenario was they get me for like 10. I think my average
10 points
on all would be 10
Crazy,
points. So
man.
it's worth it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe it's all of it.
I mean, you had logic to it and you made money. Who cares? Stuck to your rules. It's good in my books.
Well, you need to send me some sunglasses where I can see my computer screen with, because I can't see anything with these.
Oh, XYZ. Kane said anybody that's in the lab gets free glasses.
You
So
know, I don't. I actually can't
I'm
remember
pretty
those
sure
words
I'm in there.
leaving.
yeah,
I
I'm in
literally
there.
can't
XYZ.
I'm pretty
remember.
sure I'm in there.
I literally can't remember my the words leaving my mouth. So
I remember them.
Did chat hear it? I mean, chat could tell us.
Chat heard it. What do you say, Chat?
Chat's
Did
got
you guys hear it?
receipts, man.
I've got to look at the chat to realize what the chat says. So
There's
think I'm
one
just gonna-
for Wicks and Dreams heard it. Who else heard it? He said sunglasses for
Do you
all.
guys see this username? Dollar
Which one?
store robe.
There's so many funny names. There's Leo's hat, then there's trading
Who's
Kane's
doing
bromance.
It's definitely one guy. There's so much time on his hands.
I would get destroyed in the lab. I'm in the lab. What do you mean, Ashley?
Channel name stuck for 14 days. Well, okay, we've got Leo's cap, right? We've
Yeah.
got Dollar Store
XYZ's robe.
We need Kane's sunglasses.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Everyone's got to have something.
XY, sorry, we have a really important question to ask you. What's
do?
your opinion on tiramisu?
I'm not really a sweets or dessert guy, honestly. I think my thing is, if I've got more room in my stomach to eat, I'm gonna eat food like meat, I guess, right?
Such a political answer from you.
Like entrees, you know? I don't know. There's no what dessert is like really. Yeah, I never crave desserts, or like I never really honestly care for it. If I'm eating it, it's because at dinner somebody ordered it and now it's just there, and I'm just gonna get a spoon and probably take a bite, and I'm over it because I'm probably too full anyway. Steak for
Your
dessert,
body couldn't
yeah.
take it.
Steak for dessert's good, yeah. I heard you guys
Yeah.
are front running my likes, and now NinjaTrader is gonna think I'm worthless.
Well,
Good
who
luck.
said that?
You've
We
been-
didn't do that.
We milked them.
We did not do
milked
that.
the likes.
I'll forget all about it for a pair of sunglasses.
Leo, we did not do that. Remember, we did not do that. The chat just turned up today. They were just extra likey. That was it.
They were
I don't know why. We didn't
like bombing.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know why, because I did nothing and Leo just longed and we've been in that since. So
Leo,
Yo.
going on still? Oh yeah, you are.
What? I'm still in.
They're just like trying to get through this spot over and over. NQ just needs to be like ES, man.
There's two things are going to happen. Either we get off stream and I just close the position out of pure frustration of not going anywhere, or we get off stream and I hold it for the rest of the day.
I mean,
Or I wait for the break. That's, you know.
I think you're gonna hold this for the rest of the day.
do it for the
I don't know.
screenshot end of day.
End
Yeah.
of day
Do
screenshot.
it for the end of day screenshot and plug in the stream.
Yeah, like imagine you had
It's
like
a business move.
Actually
NT
bought
live.
500s. That would be crazy. That'd be a nutty screenshot.
Hold it. I'm not holding through NVIDIA.
Dude, if we
I don't
okay,
care
if
what you
we're
say,
trading,
Thomas.
if we trade 650s, we're trading 720s.
If
Yeah,
we
agreed.
trade 650s, we're trading 720s.
Yeah. So
And if we trade
actually
720s,
720s.
honestly, at that point, we probably trade 24K with NVIDIA. And if you didn't hold, you probably would kick yourself tomorrow.
No, just take a new trade setup tomorrow. Wouldn't kick myself.
I don't know. You might.
I will hold this trade as long as we don't break 570.
570. Oh,
Is that fair?
You're giving it room.
No, you're already out of some, so just
Kane.
don't cut it. Just leave
I'm
it
not
in.
listening to you, Kane.
Absolutely, just 4 ticks above, like a whole 1 point above your entry.
Is this Bitcoin? Are we hodling?
Pay for fees and just hold this into like next contract.
Thomas says add more. You guys are chads.
Yeah, ads. You know what they say? Adding to your winners is the best way to make money. You're
I just
winning right
haven't had a
now.
great spot to add.
Mm.
I mean, really, we went straight up from here, and then what? I'm gonna add and just watch this chop around
Thanks for reminding
with a
me.
worse
You're going
entry
straight
price.
up without me. Just love to rub it in.
Honestly, I think if this trades under like 85, 86, it's probably pretty bad news because there's a
I mean,
lot of
yeah,
buying.
I agree with
87's had
you,
a
but
lot of buying.
I was trying to be generous with 570.
88, 87s. They lifted like 300 lots against the offer after absorbing. So they better hold it or there will be no screenshot.
Well, we're digging into your time.
Someone said
Yeah.
stove in the house. Yeah, I'm stove, guys. When I've
I'm
got
going to go.
sunglasses on, I'm Kane.
Good
All right,
luck
brother.
to both of you.
I'm out.
All right, see you guys.
Oh, you closed it?
See ya. No, I'm not. No, no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
I'm out.
You're
I'm
leaving.
getting
Yeah,
off the
I was well.
stream.
I was gonna say. Ciao. Peace. Peace.
See ya.
Peace.
See you guys.
Good luck, XY.
Good luck.
Thanks. Nobody ever wants to hang out with me but Stowe, huh, guys? Yeah, they're a good pair. Good vibes. What a loser. So anyways, what's up, chat? Hope you guys have been well. Just my thoughts on the trade. First thing I'm noticing is yesterday's failed move into this pretty much no interest area, showing again, you look at this tail, this excess in volume. No interest. All right, well, the market kind of showed its hand there. Anyone who's thinking about maybe lower is seeing this answer come up, and they can't even get back to these prices. What, one attempt, the sweep, to 3 attempts, and we're back in this range. If we're back in this range, right, we get into this box. Not only do we get in the box, we built inside the box. And getting to desk, I'm seeing that we tested downside again with a higher taper. It's not going to work if they're not willing to build volume downside right here. So back in we go, and now my thinking is bullish back up into the box and possibly through into the weekly open. So this is the box here, this gold zone. I would like to have gone in the 530s, right? That's where you can see the bid really step up. So the failed attempt again, taper down here, move back into the range and show that the bid is also stepping up. That's something that would get me long for sure. Wasn't at desk yet. It's already going. So we're approaching VWAP by the time I'm at desk. And my thinking is we can definitely offer VWAP, or this pullback is going to fail. And if this pullback fails, if VWAP cannot hold for lower, the target's going to be the zone again, right? So I'm long. I think I'm long 7. I peel off 3 coming into the zone, and I've just been holding with a trail. So I'm trying to get really greedy with the last 4 lots. And then I got trailed out somewhere around here after they hit the 16. Ultimately, as long as they were above 610, my trade, like the plan is done. Everything else is extra. So again, just to recap that, this was the plan right here. Literally get long, get into the zone, and get into this edge, which is like 615. So the plan's played out, just leaving and trailing these two in case we really do break. I am aware that this trail is vulnerable. Like they can totally come down, sweep me, trail me out, and then continue and go to infinity. But the reason it's here is because on this recent pullback, the 88s and the 87s saw a lot of buying. Now, the way I see it is if they can pull price under all of that buying, that's counter to my idea that buyers are still gaining ground, buyers are still in control. Because if now sell side can fill through heavy buying, that can potentially signal a shift. And I'd rather just book the profits at that point then and move on with it. And hey, if it works again, we'll get long again. If not, might be a good short opportunity. But my plan's played out. Above 610s, 613 was where I wanted to be. Just front running like the 615, 616 area. Again, right here, this low volume area. So, I mean, as we're just trailing a runner, let's just recap why this exists. It's this zone. So in the beginning, I had drawn it from this high volume area because this is the most recent batch of volume that drove us into a higher range. So this was important and it was good support, right? They came back, they tapered into it, taper until they cracked through, but they left a taper upside. So I moved it from the high volume to the low volume so that at a glance I can see, okay, it's low volume. Coming down, it was also low volume as they finally built to go through the range. And that's why this zone is here. It's going to stay as long as it works and the market reacts the way I think it will. And this is a reason why I think if we can trade above into the 640, 650s, we are likely going to see this spot next because this is a one-way move down with, I would say it's like a low volume cave into the 670s. And if they can get into this volume now up here, I think they can get into the prior swing. And this zone is drawn from this right here. What was taper became volume build and then a rip through new range. So this zone is still valid to me. It did hold as support, tested as resistance on its first move down, but it hasn't retested since it made a new swing. So valid area for me. Just outlining the trade. So that's the trade. That was a long. Again, this was not. So I started scaling in the longs here. These were just my last two batches as it started working. Added the last two. But yeah, I do recognize not the best spot, but I'm always looking at how much I would have to risk for the reward, right? The risk was no more than 10 points. So on average, right? So my first few entries, the risk was probably like 6 points or so. But I'm looking to get bigger on the trade. So ultimately, it was, hey, this is the price of the ticket for a potential move through. And yeah, we've been paid on it. So I'm happy with it. Let me get into this chat here. Delta on the top of the chart is positive. How do you interpret that? Delta on top of the chart. You mean at the high prices? To me, it's just, well, we already know there's a passive seller, right? If you look at any higher time frame, you can see, attempts. This can only happen with volume build if there's a passive seller. They're hitting into that. So yes, it is absorption. It is for the time being, it's kind of like a big roadblock. They can't get through. They're trying to lift it through. But you can't really look at that and just assume like, okay, well, if there's heavy passive sell interest and they're lifting offer and they're not getting through, you can't assume that they're not going to fill all that offer, right? What we do know is we're building a high node on the day. We're still in that node. So as one might be like, oh, they're absorbing so much at the highs. Well, we're still at the highs. It's absorption until it's not. And that can be one of two things. They fill all the sell and now they're flying through price, or they puke it and we fly downwards, right? So I don't get too speculative on just absorption. I want to see what happens. Right now, it's two-sided, right? We're building the node this way because there's two-way tape, and you can see on the delta. Downside, they're hitting the bid. Upside, they're hitting the offer. We don't know who's going to win. But I do know I've taken profit on 5 out of 7 lots, and I've got 2 left. And the risk reward. So now my scenario is I'm either trailed out here, right, for about 24 points on 2 lots, or if this really runs, we get way more than that. So my scenarios, I've made my choices based on my current scenarios. when I wake up today. I think I got out of bed like at 7, right? Like a little before 7, maybe like 6:50 something, 7. Got ready, got to the desk, got the charts on, and I'm already seeing, missed entry here. And then I got in on this one. Limit for upside. Like I said, my plan has played out as we traded above 610s. Now I'm looking for potential for 720s. Hold, hold. Everyone wants to hold. I'm not good at holding, so I trail. The market does what it does. Would I consider a dead body if we lose 580? No, losing 580 would be the precursor. The dead body would be to trade under 580, likely go to the pivot VWAP, and then fail the 590s, 600s. That would make me very interested. That would be considered a dead body, yes. Because we're spending quite a bit of time, we're building quite a node, and because we know there's two-way trade in here, there's enough inventory to really flush it, like really flush it. So it has to set up a certain way. You can't just play a downside move off the node and so and so. I want to see a lack of an ability to get back into the range. I want to see the range denied, not just price moving away from the range. Gaurav R. I doubt that. I doubt I'm the best trader. You guys just see good results while I'm on. Freemium? Yeah. Freemium OFL is no risk. It's free. Could I explain tape reader? Yeah, tape reader is quite literally an aggregate of the tape. It's like a historical reference, right? So time and sales is the tape for anyone who's unaware. When there's majority, market buying, you're going to see blue side. Majority selling, net market selling, you're going to see red side. So you really use that. You take it literally for what it is, right? If we're moving up now, so price is having a hard time dragging its ass up, right? So you're seeing on the tape reader, it's sell. There's majority selling, but how come price is moving down? Well, passive buy interest. And so one of the things is you can see the tape reader start to curl upwards as it's doing now. Let's just say it curls, it tapers into and starts flipping blue. You can speculate that, okay, sell side is they're waning, they're stepping off, they're losing steam. And if, say, you wanted to get long here, you can speculate, hey, I think this is good timing for the long because now the sell aggression is letting off. Right? So that's one of the ways you can use it. I like to stay out of the way of the tape, right? So in order flow, there's a saying, an old saying, it's don't fade the tape. So say I'm looking for longs and I'm seeing like really strong tape like this on the downside. There's nothing that can convince me for the long. So that's kind of one of those things, right? You use your inputs, you set the rules for yourself, and you do what you do. But that's a tape reader. It's free. If you sign up off of freemium, it's really good. 1 day profile. This is RTH only profile, Xander. What would an active seller look like? Bid hitting right here. You see the red delta? This is real selling because they're crossing the spread. They're crossing the tape to hit the bid. They're not just leaving limit sell orders passively, right? They're actually crossing the tape. So as we're trading higher, as evident by price action, as evident by volume, as evident by market interest, and more importantly, off of this information, failure to initiate downside again here. A taper is a failure to initiate. Initiation means interest. Interest means volume build. There's none of that there. So as they failed lower and now they're tapering higher on the sell side, I can't help but to lean bullish, right? And as we're seeing selling coming in, we're still in this main node, which means they're still chipping away at that passive offer upside. And the idea now is, okay, well, this is our most recent reference of where passive offer is. It's this area here. And the idea is if they fill this entirely, they're moving them out the way and price can fly and initiate new price discovery to find the next batch of big sellers. And the only way they do that is to continue moving price up. Market accepting higher. Yep. Volume profile tells you everything. How do you see that the entire volume has been absorbed? I'm not sure I follow. Maybe clarify that. Rationale for the long. Fail to extend, excess. 2 attempts, no go. Back in this range where there should be a taper, there's a build, come back, taper even higher. Sell interest has gone from down here to even lower to we don't want to sell anymore. So back in the zone we go. And that's the trade. So I don't know if you've heard, but my trade plan has already played out. So I'm just trailing these 2 runners. What was the miss entry? Right here. Down here. Super nice. You've got a failed attempt. It's tapered, and the bid is now stepping up with the idea that that failed move down here is going to lead back into the zone. So wanted it here, got to desk later here, and got in there. Does the DOM help a lot? Absolutely, but it's not a necessity. A lot of people begin to think that you need to master the DOM to really make it. Absolutely not. I think people like Kane are proof. He's just using price. There's something for everybody. Yeah, Chris, I mean, I come on after the major move, but I'm a scalper. I can make it work. Made my money. I mean, I was long in the 50s, so 60 plus points. Can't complain. Do you have a short time frame tape reader paired? Yes, 100 ticks, 100 trades. Can't add into Motive Wave. I'm pretty sure Motive Wave should have the tape reader on freemium. Is it a secret how you have your MGI weekly set up? No, there's no secret. I'll show you guys right now. Weekly open. If you don't have this, you need to have it. Get it. Weekly open. Prior week high. Let me scrunch this in right here. Prior week low, prior week high, prior week value, and prior week POC. Weekly open. That's all I've got, literally. I don't need nothing else because, well, I look at volume. So it's a 1-hour chart, 5-day rolling profile. We're good to go. Yeah. I don't have like super long. I would like to add a 30-day rolling. I usually do have a 30-day rolling, but I think if I add it onto this, everything will explode. So work in progress. We're actively working with dev team to help us put more things on our charts as time goes on. So you'll see more of what we do, what we use, how we use it. But for now, this is pretty much what it would look like, just missing a 30-day rolling. The reason I don't go out further for structural stuff like volume profiles is I found that I just don't trust them. So say I've got a yearly profile, it's giving me information. Oh, this is this. Because the information now is more recent information, I don't trust it enough to hit the trades based off of it. I want new order flow, new inventory to come in first before I do anything. So for me, it's like, then why take up space on my chart with like a yearly profile or a 3-month profile if I wouldn't trust it anyway, and I would wait for newer information to come in the market. So 30-day rollings as far out as I go on the volume profile. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this chat. It's like there's a lot of questions, guys. Bear with me. How to come up with 720s right here. I think if this passive seller can be moved out of the way, which is where my zone is, right? I don't have anything else between these two, so I'm playing my plan. This is my roadmap, and I think we move this passive seller. It means we're back into this volume, which means we can certainly test this swing for the first time since actually dying. They did test it on the first move out of it right here. You see this wick, but since they created a new swing, we haven't come back to it. And I think moving, if they were to move this passive sell out of the way. We can get to the 720 area here. Look back tape reader. There's no look back. It's just off of a 1 minute. So it's as far as my chart, which is I think like a 3-day look back, maybe 5. But it's just attached to your candles. So if you're doing a 1-minute chart like me, it's every minute as far as the chart goes. Let's see. Oh man, there's more. Oh, okay, there's more in the chat. Sorry. No secret. Emphasis how I rest. Slow down. I don't know if you've seen my YouTube channel, but I quite literally outline how I enter the market on my YouTube channel. Where I look to place limits, where I look to place risk, what gets me in the limit. That was what my YouTube was for. I wanted to showcase. No one showcases execution, right? Everyone's like, this is my zone, this is my level, this is my plan, everything's mine, but there's not really much execution. So that was the basis of the channel. I would encourage anyone who is interested in how I do things with the order flow. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Resting order is relevant? Yes and no. Someone flashes big size to me, it's like, cool, you're advertising. We'll see not only how the market reacts to that advertising, which usually they'll gravitate towards it, but let's see if you even want to fill that, right? And after it fills, then what does the market do? Does it move down with it? Does it move up with it? So flashing size to me is always interesting. It's tricky. I don't trust it too much because if you've got a really big order, you're going to iceberg it. You're not going to advertise the size, right? To me, there's intent. But when size is being advertised that way, there is some kind of intent. And some people might try to speculate what the intention is. Truth is, we'll never know. So I want to see, sure, you're there. Does the market gravitate towards you or does the market move from you? And now if it's gravitating towards, do you have the balls to get filled? And if you do, then what does the market do? So those things altogether, I don't just see resting liquidity and make all these, you know, live action role play scenarios off of just resting liquidities or resting liquidity. So that's how I approach it. How do you see the entire volume sales on top has been absorbed? Oh, no, it's right here. It's on Delta right here. If you've got a DOM, you can see on the DOM, right? The bid is lifting a lot of offer, but price isn't pushing through. You can see right here. Look, we've got a lot of offer lifting. Price isn't pushing through. This can only be because of absorption. Same thing downside. Lots of negative delta. This is bid hitting. Price isn't pushing through. So if anyone's having trouble with freemium OFL order flow package, open a ticket with them on their website or something or in the Discord and they'll get you sorted. What do I think about ES divergence? Not much. It's just divergence. I think my thinking is there's strength in the market. So yeah, we'll see. There is divergence, but it's nothing like super egregious. You think back to like a month or two ago, every day was like huge divergence. One's trading the lows and one's trying to inch towards the highs. That was annoying. I hate that. This isn't too bad. Yeah, this honestly isn't too bad. Could be worse. Robert, it's default. My tape reader settings are default. Sir Topham. So here's the thing. I haven't posted on YouTube for a while because I'm sure it's been teased over and over. We're working on something, the four of us. It's called Painting the Tape. We are reviving the brand. it was a podcast prior last year. Now I will be flooding painting the tape with my content. So for now, hop on my YouTube channel. If it's something you like, it will be on painting the tape in the near, very, very near future. So what are delta and volume profile indices in a chart? Are they on TradingView? It's liquid, they're not on TradingView, unfortunately. Yeah, so I will be focusing on painting the tape, giving you guys content on a regular basis. Just things I do, things I see. But yeah, right now my YouTube's got all the content that I've ever made, which isn't much because I'm not an influencer, content maker, hardly a streamer. So the closest look you're gonna get into my personal trading is in that YouTube channel. It's quite literally what I do, as best as I can explain it. There is nothing of alpha that I have left hidden behind a paywall. So I get a lot of DMs, a lot of messages like, hey, you know, I want to pay for mentorship. I want to pay for this. What's your Discord? I want to pay. There's nothing to pay for. It's whatever is on stream here. It's whatever is on my YouTube, maybe my Twitter. It's just there. Also, I recently had a mentee, a very good experience, by the way. And it was my first and last. There won't be another one-to-one mentee. He was my first and last. He is doing quite well now, which I'm proud of. It was a very fulfilling thing to see. And he paid a pretty penny. Yes. It was just me. It was me finding out too if this was something that I wanted to allocate my time to. And it just was, I didn't want to, even for the price. It was quite a price. He paid it, and I just didn't want to take on any more. And anything more than one would have been more time than I would want to spend, right? I've got a life too. I've got my own thing I got to do. Especially now with like the streams I'm on. You guys can see I'm on more often. Then there's going to be painting the tape. Yeah. How many ticks am I using? I think this compression is 2 ticks, I believe. I would like no compression, 1 tick, but resource pulling and stuff. Do I trade the open? No, I'm not awake. I'm not awake early enough. I'm on Pacific time. But I would. I never have a bad time trading A period, that's for sure. Things move. Things happen. Decisions get made. They get made quickly, and they get made deliberately. When next episode of PTT? I'm not the guy to ask. I'm just a dude. That's Leo and Snow's choice. I'm an open book. Yeah, Sean. If you guys have questions, they are encouraged. If I'm not actively trading or managing, okay, so they took out my runner, booked our money. If I'm not actively engaged in the market, like trying to nab an entry or manage something, I'm gonna look to chat, and all we can do is ask questions and answer questions, right? But if I'm trying to fire off some trades, you will have to forgive me for not seeing chat. But right now, don't want to get short yet if it's a potential dead body. Don't want to get long up this high yet unless they can stay in this range and fail outside again. So those are my two things. Not doing anything outside of that. Downside move, I want to see them at least get back to VWAP, pull price up, fail the 590s, and then we're in short. So very deliberate. Those are the two things. Can I please record a video on volume profile indicator, best way to use it? I don't know the best way to use it. I know my way to use it. I will plug that in. I think one of these days, easiest thing for me is I'm probably gonna put out a tweet asking if I were to make content, what would you want me to make? And then I'll go down that list and I'll plug it in on NT Live. Or if it's something concise, something easy, I'll just post it on Twitter. But that would help, right? Some feedback on certain things from me that you guys would want to see. I'll post it on Twitter at some point and I'll gather all that together. So yeah, I will showcase the way I use the volume profile. May not be the same as other people, but everyone's got their thing, right? What's the YouTube channel? They posted it up there in the chat. Powerhouse. They've linked it. Or you can just go on my Twitter. It's linked on my Twitter. So Twitter, XYZ trades, 3 E's, XYZ trades on Twitter. Do you use Heikin bar a certain way? Yes, I do. Well, a certain way to get into a trade? Not exactly. It just cleans up the action for me. So on the move up, I'm seeing it's majority blue, right? Then to me it's strong. And these bases on the downside are flat, which means price is not really inching down. Price is actually running up. So this was what helped my long earlier to book huge profits before going down to my runners, because as I took a few off, I trailed the rest. I was not taking any profits. And it led me to be able to take profits at prior day high, right? Otherwise, I would have gotten squeamish, taken some earlier, but upon seeing the strength in the Heikin movement, I was able to just really hold on and get things going. So that's one of the little tidbits. When it's like wick both sides, consolidation, right? And when it's really one-sided and it's flat bases, strong bodies, that's good momentum. That's hey, let's ride with it, make them come get you instead. What and where do I get it? Profiles. NinjaTrader has an order flow suite. You can just use that. Swing anchored, yes, ER, correct. Right now, my leg to leg volume profile is set for 50-point rotations, which is like half the day's range. So ideally, it would probably in something like this be 30 points. I'm not changing it because, well, the information is kind of just in front of my face already. We've got a good move up. They're building higher, and the decision will be made based upon what happens with this node. So I'm not going to guess. I'm not shorting any breaks. I'm not getting longs up here yet until they keep holding it and they show that they're still willing to really slam through this offer, which I'm not getting any of that information yet. To me, think of it this way. To put up your own money on an idea, why would you do so without all of the information you're looking for? Think of it on any other standpoint, a business standpoint. Someone gives you a contract and there's a bunch of things not stipulated in the contract. Why would you sign it? Why would you put money on that? Right? So to me, that's kind of how I view the market. Certain things need to happen. Certain information needs to come in for me to want to put the capital. I won't pay for incomplete information. I will pay for complete information. So, as I outlined earlier, shorts, if they can get follow through, come back and show an inability to trade in this node. Longs, trade through this, build something higher for a runway to 720, or keep bumping your head up here and keep holding downside right here. I might long this. So as of right now, I don't have any of that information, and I'm going to wait for it. And if the stream ends, I'm done. I think you guys know me. I don't like to stay on the charts for long. I don't like to spend all my days every day trading. So I would say 90% of what you guys see on NT Live is my actual trading. I'm not really doing much trading outside of it these days so that I can just not burn out, right? And if the stream ends and we don't have anything yet, I'm just gonna literally turn off my chart and come back in the afternoon. So I'm on later with Nick for trade the close. NT order flow package? No, Kamish. This is an order flow labs indicator. Volumetric bars? Do you mean like a footprint? Some platforms call it volumetric. I don't know why. But yes, footprint. Yeah, footprints are good. I dig them. I use them. I would have them on here for you guys to see. I like a 5 minute for NQ. I like a 5 minute footprint. I've tried so many things. I've tried volume based, trade based, wrinkle based, range based. I just keep coming back to a 5 minute footprint with NQ. So one of these days, when I can load it up without my workspace exploding, I'll have it for you guys. Yeah, I mean, the price isn't for everyone, so everyone's got their choice on how to spend money. Yeah, Bob, they have. We're working with them. We're working with development and the engineers. So hopefully in due time. But we've got on a call with them, 2 calls, and we've outlined what we need from them and stuff like that. So they're working on it. Hopefully sooner than later we'll have it, and you guys, for all 4 of us order flow guys, you will see the DOM on full display the way we want to use it. So yeah, this is interesting. I don't trust that swing low here. Not yet. I'm not sure they're done. There's a few about 6 ticks of an imbalance there, 0 prints. Generally, those will be revisited, but we'll see. If the market spends enough time away from the low 80s, 70s, I will assume they don't care about that inefficient low, swing low, and yeah, the market's giving more info now. So why is there no interest in shorts yet? As they move down, yes, they got to VWAP, they're pulling back. As I said, I wanted to see, but they didn't really build any volume on that. There's not enough interest for me. I want to see interest building lower because that would signify that sellers are willing to step down now. Haven't really seen that. 1 minute. Yeah. Sir VWAP, this is a 1 minute Higanashi. Yeah, before Haganashis, I was on Renko. I just like my main execution chart to be cleaned up because my execution is going to be based on the DOM and stuff anyway. So I'm not looking at like candle prints. So yeah, it was Renko and now it's Higanashi. Albu, you're kidding, but I think you're probably right. I mean, we're locked in 120 point range, price just struggling at IB high, still in IB. We're in the overnight range right now. I wouldn't be surprised. Paulo, do you have a percentage day loss amount? Do you use delta or cumulative? I don't use CVD. Day loss limit is 5 to 6K. You guys will notice, yes, when I'm in my trades, everyone's using points to show the trade outcome. I'm in dollars because I need to visually, I need to see. I need the risk amount in money, in dollars, in front of my face so that I don't do anything stupid. That's just what it is for me. If it's in points, I can get a little frazzled here and there. I can be like, oh, I can do this. It's not that bad. I need to see the dollar amount risk, the ticket price in front of my face. Yeah, on the bid ask VWAP. What are some things I look at? A lot of things. pull stack, bid ask. Actually, full tilt. A full in-depth answer to that question is on my YouTube, so go check that out. Zero. So zero prints is just like say right now they traded the 73s down to 72s, and in those prices they came down and came back up with zero lifts on the offer, zero market buying. It was all market sell. So in those prices on the price ladder or on your footprint, you're going to see, uh, like right now, I'm two tick compressed. I see 8 by 0, 8 by 0, 10 by 0. So that's cumulative 6 ticks where no one actually lifted offer, right? So only the bid had traded those prices, and generally they get revisited, but it is exhaustive by definition, right? So what I would do is I would wait and see if the market even cares. You can see that the market doesn't care. They started lifting the offer around the 79s, the 80s. Price pulled up and never came back. The market does not care. So it's not something that I'm, kind of like I said, shorts, if we can pull it down to VWAP, come back and, fail the 590s. At the time, we were stalling it. But the reason I wasn't convinced is because on the move down, there's just no volume build. It was just a quick wash and a quick move back up. None of that signals interest to me for lower prices. And we're getting the outcome of that now. They tested downside through, the outside of this range into a low volume area. And they kept it low volume again. Zero interest. There's not enough. So what does price do? It gravitates back up. I don't use delta dominance detector, but ER, it's the same concept of anything else, right? If you see aggressive delta one way and they're not getting forward progress, well, you can probably trade against them through whatever means of entry that you have. Yeah, if you guys have questions, fire it off because I'm not doing anything within this range unless we get something outside of it. This move outside, yes, it's a great long, but on that, there's no way I'm stepping in front of this move at the time with that momentum, with the pace, right? But now we have added information. First attempt, taper. Second attempt, still taper. There is no one willing to really sell these prices. And as long as that information remains, these prices are considered cheap by the market, right? If these are cheap prices, you want to buy them, you want to sell them higher. So now that we've got two instances of that information testing outside the range still proving to be cheap. Longs on the table for me, but seems like they don't care, right? So I think this is a great example of how the market moves. Decisions are being made and information is being revealed. This is a great example. Stuck in a range, outside the range, a really nice wash down. But now the market knows there's no sell interest. So if you still want to buy, there's no one to buy from down here. And what do? They buy this thing out. Or sell side sees no one's willing to step on the gas out here. Anyone initiating a new sell position around here, they want out. They want to let it go. And this is what's happening. Right? So everything based on info. What decisions has the market made? What decisions are still on the table? To me, I like to wait. I want to see that show of hands. I want to see a decision being made so that you can make yours accordingly, right? Sometimes it's in the form of a lack of interest to taper. Sometimes it's in the form of stuck volume, right? So if you go up somewhere, say we go upside, we build a node and we fail that node back into this one. Well, someone just showed their hand. They really wanted buy side, and that buy side right now, the market would be showing it's not strong enough. If upside buy side is not strong enough to push the market, that's how it starts. That's how a liquidation starts. Not to say it's going to happen. That's how it starts. Certain information. How can you find my YouTube channel? Production posted it somewhere up there in the chat. It's a literal link. We can't post links here, guys. So if anyone's trying to help me out by posting a link, I appreciate it, but it gets filtered out. So won't be able to see it. Only production has that power. 5 minutes instead of 20 range. I don't know. It just To me, it just read better to me visually. The 5 minute just worked out better, and I like the 5 minute time frame. I was not early on that long, Grisha, believe it or not. I would have preferred it here. I just wasn't at desk yet. So I got it up here, which at the time was late. This is before price even made its move. This was like at a swing high. The reason I got it here was the reason I was still willing to risk here was VWAP was not holding for a continuation move lower. If VWAP doesn't hold that, with all the high time frame information pointing towards higher prices, as soon as this pullback fails, or I think it's going to fail, I'm working against it. And I started getting in the 50s. And this is exactly how it happened. At first, I wanted to see first, what's VWAP going to do? Are they going to hold it? And are they going to hold for continuation lower? And as soon as the answer was no, well, it's time to work back in the zone. It's that simple. Thanks, production. Stowe, you still long? Yeah, they trailed me out first, but 720s, baby. I hope it gets there for you, Stowe. JD, I appreciate that. I try to stay deliberate. I think that's the key. Be very deliberate in your process, in your execution. Make the choices. Make sure they are the choices that you can live with. And the only thing left to do is to live with it. Resign your control to the market based off your risk parameters. As soon as you enter the trade, you should have only 3 scenarios: small red, big green, or decent green, or maybe a fourth, scratch. We'll say that. But there shouldn't be a different condition. And as your trade evolves, say now you're out of your core position, your plan's played out like earlier. For me, I'm down to 2 runners. My scenario only becomes now I booked 25 points on each of these 2 runners, or the market moves another like 120 points, 130 points. Conditions I can live with, choices I've made deliberately, and the rest is up to the market. It's not going to take me out. It did take me out here. Now it's moving without me, but I'm not going to sit and be like, oh, I should have done it better. I was wrong this. Well, what if it just knifed through me, right? You make the choices. The market's going to make its choice. There's nothing left to do. Anything you do further, you're chasing the ghost, right? No one's a perfect trader. And the longer someone tries to chase it, you're going to be stuck at the same spot. I promise you that. I've seen it way too many times. Figure out your personality, figure out what strategy and process works with it, right? You see Stowe holding for like 500 points. There is not a day that could be possible with me. Absolutely not. You give me 50, I'm happy, right? On a day where we extend for 800 points range and I can sit back and you see my order fills is like 50 points of the 800. I did my work. I followed my process. I made my money. Everybody can have the rest. It doesn't matter to me, right? So you have to be very deliberate. Once you're deliberate, you can get proof of concept that it's working. And from there, choices, they're so much easier to make, right? Because you know it's what works. Yeah, sure, the market did this today or that today, but not every day is like that day. Anyways, that's a long-winded TED talk. I don't even remember what the question was, to be honest. But I go on these rants, and that's just how I do it. My trade can end at 50, 60, and the other guys at 600. I did my work. They did theirs. There's no other way around it. Every day, the way I do it is because, yeah, I wake up late and I'll miss a big move. But because my edge is revolved around the base hits, the scalping, I do just fine. Some days I'm the one that's coming out on top. Some days everyone else is coming out on top. Not every dollar is yours. That's just how it is. Anyways, that's a nice, what was that, like a 15-minute word vomit? So I hope you guys are doing well. I hope this trade runs because I know my buddies are long. My buddies in the chat are long. So I hope we do get the 720s right here, this red zone. But if it's one last thing, it's don't take the market for a liar. Right? It's doing exactly what it does. So I always avoid the words manipulation, this and this. Price is just being advertised around. And as it sweeps out, some people might say, oh, it's the manipulation before this. In my view, price got advertised outside the range, and the market saw there is zero interest. Simple as that. And what happens then? The market wants to conduct business. It has to go back in the range where prices are happily trading. Doesn't have to be anything crazier than that, right? Secondly, where is interest and where is it not? Volume is building at these highs. So earlier, someone be like, oh, selling is, buyers aren't getting what they want. They're going to get destroyed. Well, surprise, surprise, they didn't, because the range is still up here. The interest is still up here. It's not lower. And as we broke higher, they're building a new node. That can only happen with two-way trade, which is interest, which is the market's only job. It's not to stop you out. It's to find prices where there's two-way trading. So as price inches higher and higher, you're seeing volume built. Quite literally, the market is saying the interest is higher. It's not lower. So don't take the market for a liar.
Yo.
Hey, Jim. My
Hey,
mouth is
Jonathan.
getting really dry because I'm just word vomiting.
No, I love you. I love you the way you explain stuff in such a calm yet confident manner. That's really awesome.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate you for sure. Are you back this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm back with Nick. So please hit the likes, guys.
Definitely hit the like. We're past please. Definitely. I will say definitely please. Oh man, looking forward to that. You guys are a good team, so it's going to be a really special afternoon. Looking forward to it for sure. Appreciate everybody hitting that thumbs up button, that subscribe button. We're getting closer to our short-term goal here, so really appreciate everybody who has subscribed. If you continue to do it, that's great. And also spread the word, man. Tell, social, whatever. Follow us if you like. If you could retweet, whatever. The more the merrier. High tides lift all boats. I say it every day, but it's true. And we have a great community of folks in here, not only asking questions, but also answering questions and helping each other out and having dialogues among each other. That's what is going to make us all better for sure, including myself. I sit there and look at all the comments as well as we go. So thank you everybody for participating in the chat. And if you're not participating in the chat and viewing, thank you for viewing. We greatly appreciate you viewing and listening with us. We're lucky to have these young, talented traders like XYZ participate on our behalf. So thanks, XYZ. Looking forward to seeing you this afternoon. I'm going to grab the screen and do a real quick edge report. So thank you for being here.
See you, chat.
All right, so this was kind of interesting. I mean, everybody pretty much knows that the 30-year Treasury bond market is the market that I originally got involved with. I still follow it pretty intently here. I've rolled over to a December contract. Let me just fix my screen a little bit because the volume is there right now. The December contract has 287,000 contracts in it. So this is ZB is the symbol. So we're kind of went from September to December. That's quarterly contract, just like the SPOOs. So on an intraday chart, though, the thing I wanted to point out, now I'm going to call it a shadow open because this was the original open when the pit was open back in the day. And that's 7:20 Central Time or 8:20 East Coast time, and that's still a very valid time frame for the bonds to open and the Treasury and the notes to open. And I have a little arrow here pointing to that candle, that opening candle, and you can see it was a pretty decent sized red candle, and everything was relatively sideways here. We were skirting along the bottom of the London initial balance up until then, and look at the top of the London initial balance, right? We had a nice move up, continuation buying, but then we settled all the way back down to the bottom right before that shadow open. And so that triggered a aha moment. And that aha moment is, okay, we talk about IB initial balance breakouts all the time in the U.S. session. Maybe we should start thinking about it. Go back in time, look left a little bit, and look at that London. So as a breakout trade on the downside here, it was signaling itself. Look at that 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 candles. We're testing that level, that 113 and 28/32 level. Boom, that shadow open hits, and then the market takes off. Participants get involved. In this case, they got involved on the short side, right? They pushed us all the way back down. And where do we go? We went all the way back down to that 1 day min, that Mentor Q 1 day min. I talk about it every day, that 1 day min, that 1 day max, that secret formula. And we just hit it. I mean, 1, 2, 3 times. Remember, these are 10-minute candles. So that was a good target. And not only that, S1 is also a good target. We also traded through S1 several times and we got sticky down here at the bottom. And then regular trading hour bell happens, things happen, and now we kind of pop back all the way up to that high vol level, right? This is 0 DTE put support, 0 DTE high vol level, and then a high vol level, and now we're breaking back down to session VWAP. So these are some really good levels to consider if you're not looking at the Mentor Q. You know, if you are, great. If you're not, just tune in here, and I show them all the time. That moved down, by the way, from the bottom of the London initial balance all the way down to the 1 day min. And you might not have been able to buy the 1 day min. You might have to be a tick above it depending on the bid offer. But that was a 12-tick move. And remember, in Treasury bonds, 12 tick, it's a $31.25 move. So this was a $375 move. If you would have bought up here and sold down here, you'd lose $375. If you would have sold up here and bought down here, you would have made $375. So it's a big tick market, and it does move, especially in this area right around that 7:20 EM Central Time or 7:20 8:20 East Coast time. So I thought that was pretty interesting. We'll keep an eye on this as we go. The other thing to note here that's kind of important is we're now in a 113 handle. In other words, we're trading at 113 something. And if you just look at a daily chart, we're hitting that bottom of that area of support as well. Longer term, big picture area support as well. So we'll keep our eyes on that as these moving averages kind of cross under. So that is the end of Morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here. As I already mentioned, looking forward to this afternoon, 2:30 East Coast time. Me and Shai, hot commodities. Going to be awesome info with Tracy. And then after that, we're going to have XYZ coming back with Nick for a tick to trade the close. Hope to see you there. Have a great lunch.